What if the greatest empire you've never heard of was built on the bones of betrayal and the blood of the innocent? The Mamluk Sultanate sounds like a dusty footnote, doesn't it? But what if I told you this was a civilization that could rival the most audacious reality TV drama, where power-hungry generals clashed, slaves became sultans, and every throne sat over a grave? Welcome to the underbelly of history, where the stakes are as high as a pyramid's peak and the whispers of assassins echo in the dark. Consider this: the Mamluks seized power in a coup so audacious it makes Game of Thrones look like a tea party. These weren't just warriors, they were former slaves, sold like commodities, then trained to kill with a ferocity that'd make your grandma's lasagna look like a light snack. With every sword swing, they carved out a dynasty that ruled from Cairo to the edges of the Arabian desert, all while dodging the specter of their own mortality. Ever pondered how a group of enslaved men could transform into the most formidable military power of their time? Picture it like a thriller where every twist leaves you gasping for breath. Ambitious, treacherous, and dripping with dark humor, the Mamluks turned their chains into weapons, flipping the script on a world that underestimated them. Their rise wasn't just a coup, it was a theatrical masterpiece, a bloody ballet where the music was screams and the spotlight shone on betrayal. But it doesn't stop there. A sultan marries a woman whose voice could shatter glass, and in her eyes, you see the reflection of 1,000 plots brewing. Pirates and traders conspired at the banks of the Nile, plotting a game of chess where the pieces were human lives. Did they not realize they were pawns in a much larger game? The Mamluks played the game with a swagger that would make even the most seasoned gamblers tremble. What twists lay hidden in their dusty archives? As the Mamluks danced on the razor's edge between glory and ruin, did they write their own future in blood-soaked ink? Secrets lie buried under the sands of time, and each grain whispers tales of treachery, ambition, and the relentless pursuit of power. Who knows what dark laughter echoed in their courts, what shadowy figures lingered just beyond the flickering torchlight? And here you are, standing on the precipice of a world where history comes alive with every heartbeat. Feel the pulse of the Mamluk Sultanate as it races through your veins, igniting your curiosity, electrifying your imagination. What truths dare to surface from this abyss? What riddles remain unanswered in the silence of centuries? Buckle up. You've just scuffed the surface of a reality far more bizarre than fantasy, where every chapter crackles with danger, and every page turns like a knife. Welcome to a saga of blood, betrayal, and the absurdity of power. Once you step in, there's no turning back. The Mamluks await, and they have stories to tell. Are you brave enough to listen? The air crackled thick with anticipation, a moment poised on the edge of chaos. Outside, the sun hung low, a blazing orb casting long shadows across the city of Cairo, shadows that stretched like the grasping hands of those lost in despair. Inside, the clanging of swords rang out like a warning bell, echoing through the stone corridors of the fortress. Fight or die, they whispered in the silence between heartbeats, a mantra that clung to the walls, reverberating in the marrow of every man present. I remember the fear in their eyes, the men, mere boys, dressed in armor that weighed heavier than their souls. I remember the fire in their chests, fueled by resentment and the desperate hope of freedom. I was one of them. My name was Ali, a name that once echoed with laughter but now tasted bitter on my tongue. I had been snatched from the streets, a child of the market, tossed into a world where the clash of steel was my lullaby, and blood my ink. And then there was Zainab, fierce and unwavering, a woman who wielded her words like blades. They called her the Mistress of Shadows, for she could silence a room with a mere glance, commanding respect from men who had lost their humanity to the whips of their masters. She had once dreamed of gardens and laughter, of a life unmarred by the specter of chains. But those dreams were ghosts now, whispers lost in the clamor of war. Her spirit, though battle-worn, cracked like the ancient stones of the citadel surrounding us, begged to break free. In this midst of turmoil stood Rashid, an ironclad figure with a heart as tempestuous as the Nile. Once a slave like us, he had clawed his way to a position of power, his soul stained with the knowledge that the very chains he had escaped now bound the hearts of others. Rage pulsed through him, a living thing, ready to erupt. He had witnessed too many deaths, too many flickering lives extinguished like candles in the unforgiving wind. I remember, he would say, voice low and heavy with loss, the faces of those who fell beside me. Each name lingered like a ghost, haunting us, fueling an insatiable hunger for rebellion. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and impending violence, a perfume only worn by those daring enough to stand and fight. I could hear the clash of metal, sharper than the knives they wielded, a promise that today would bring either freedom or oblivion. As we steeled ourselves, hearts pounding like war drums, I felt a strange kinship with my fellow soldiers, each of us a broken piece of a greater puzzle. We were bound not just by our chains, but by the fire in our hearts, the shared understanding that we were more than mere slaves, we were the architects of our own destiny. Tonight, we take back what is ours, Rashid's voice boomed, resonating like thunder across the battleground. It was a call to arms, not just for survival but for dreams deferred, for the life we had been denied. I felt the weight of his words sink into the soil, planting seeds of revolt that would either bloom into a new dawn or rot in the shadows. Zainab stepped forward, her eyes aflame with defiance. "We are not the ghosts of our pasts, we are the storm that will wash away the filth of this oppression," she declared, each word cutting through the air, sharp and piercing. The men around us stirred, embers igniting into flames, their spirits rising like the sun breaking through the horizon. I saw hope flicker in their eyes, a wild and reckless thing that dared to believe in a world beyond servitude. In that moment, the walls of the citadel seemed to tremble, as if even stone sensed the fury brewing within. We were a tempest, a force of nature, and as we charged into the fray, the cacophony of conflict enveloped us like a shroud. The clanging of swords was our symphony, the shouts of men our chorus, a cacophony that promised liberation or death. I remember the first clash, the first taste of blood, hot and metallic, surging through the air like a fierce storm. The world became a blur, a whirlwind of emotions, fear, exhilaration, rage, each moment compressing time into a singularity of purpose. I fought not just for my own freedom, but for the whisper of Zainab's dreams, for Rashid's haunted memories, for every soul that had been lost in the endless cycles of despair. As we pressed forward, the city pulsed with life, every building a witness to our struggle, every shadow a reminder of those who had come before. I could almost hear their whispers, urging us on, reminding us that we were not alone. The struggle had begun long before we took up arms. It was etched in the bones of every man, woman, and child who had suffered under the weight of tyranny. Yet, in the throes of battle, I felt the creeping dread that we were but pawns in a larger game, a cruel dance where the strings were pulled by hands unseen. Would we be the storm that swept through the citadel, or mere echoes of voices long silenced? Each swing of my sword, each desperate gasp, brought me closer to the brink, a brink that blurred the lines between victory and annihilation. Just as hope flickered, a shadow descended, betrayal lurking in the wings, a spectre that threatened to consume us whole. I watched as Rashid fell, a warrior brought low by the very system he had fought to dismantle. The despair crashed over me like a wave, threatening to pull me under, dragging my resolve into the abyss. But then, amidst the chaos, Zainab's voice rose above the din, a siren call urging us on. "For every life lost, we will rise tenfold," she shouted, and somehow, within that fierce proclamation, I found my footing again. The chains that bound us were not just metal, they were our fears, our doubts. And as we pressed forward, I realized that we were no longer slaves, we were the architects of our fate, the clay in our own hands waiting to be shaped. As the battle raged on, the city of Cairo became a tapestry of blood and fury. Every clash of steel, every cry of agony, became a part of our story, a story that was far from over, a narrative still unfolding. For we were the Mamluks, the rise of the slave soldiers, and our destinies were intertwined in a dance of shadows and light, a battle not just for survival but for the very essence of who we were meant to be. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of fear as the sun sank beneath the horizon, bleeding red into the sky, our warning, perhaps, of the darkness that would soon engulf the city. I stood there at the edge of the alley, heart pounding, breath quickening, a mere shadow against the crumbling stones of a forgotten past. The murmur of the crowd swelled, a wave of humanity teetering on the brink of chaos, each voice a thread in a tapestry of despair. I remember the faces, etched with anguish, eyes burning with a desperate hope that flickered like candle flames in a tempest. And there he was, Saladin, the man who had fought for unity yet seemed so utterly alone. The weight of his lineage hung heavy on his shoulders, a mantle woven of ambition and expectation. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt battling the fire of resolve. Every heartbeat echoed a life lived in the shadow of greatness, a life teetering between reverence and rebellion. "Is this what it means to lead?" he whispered to himself, clenching his fist as if trying to squeeze the answers from the air. I could almost taste his frustration, the bitterness of betrayal clinging to his tongue. There, amidst the shouts and cries, stood Layla, her face pale, framed by dark curls that danced erratically in the wind. She was aflame, fierce and unyielding, yet trapped in the suffocating embrace of sorrow. Her brother had vanished into the night, lost to the tides of war and chaos that swept through the land, leaving her to fend off the creeping shadows of despair. She would not stand idle. No. She would fight, even if her voice trembled like the leaves in the breath of an autumn storm. I remember how her fingers curled around the hilt of a dagger, a tiny rebellion against the forces that conspired to crush her spirit. "I will find you, Amir," she vowed, her voice slicing through the tumult like a sharpened blade. The city of Damascus was a living organism, pulsing with life yet teetering on the brink of death. The streets were a cacophony of merchants hawking their wares, the scent of spices mingling with the stench of sweat and desperation. Muffled laughter echoed from hidden corners, a stark juxtaposition against the grim reality of the Ayyubid dynasty. But laughter, much like hope, felt like a cruel joke amidst the despair. They bathed once a year, I mused to myself, rolling my eyes, a faint smile breaking the tension. So yeah, romance was earthy. In the shadows, a figure lurked, an executioner cloaked in darkness, wielding a blade that glinted ominously in the dim light, a reminder of the fragile line between life and death. With each stroke of his sword, he painted the walls with the horrors of tyranny, a macabre artist crafting a grotesque masterpiece of despair. What is justice? I pondered, feeling the chill creep into my bones. Who decides who lives and who dies? As I watched, the tension mounted. The night felt alive, crackling with a palpable energy that sent shivers down my spine. I could see Saladin's jaw tighten, the clench of his fists betraying the storm brewing beneath his composed exterior. "We are not conquerors," he muttered, "but protectors." Yet, the ghosts of his ancestors whispered otherwise, their voices weaving through the echoes of history like a haunting melody. The weight was suffocating. Layla darted through the throngs, her spirit a comet racing through the cosmos, trailing hope in its wake. "You will not take him from me," she screamed, her voice rising above the din, a battle cry that ignited the hearts of those around her. She was defiance incarnate, a spark igniting a blaze in the heart of the night. Every step she took was a rebellion, every heartbeat a testament to her unyielding spirit. But the crowd surged, a wave of bodies crashing against each other like the relentless tide. I felt the hopelessness seep through the cracks, the despair blossoming like wildflowers in a desolate wasteland. They were fighting for something greater, an identity, a place in history, a flicker of existence in a world that seemed determined to erase them. What will become of us? I thought, as the air thickened with uncertainty. What legacy will we leave behind? Amidst the chaos, I glimpsed the tension between Saladin and the figure that had once been his closest ally but now loomed like a spectre, a man whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. The betrayal was palpable, a knife twisting in the heart of a brotherhood once forged in the fires of brotherhood. "You cannot trust him," the voice in my mind cautioned, dark and foreboding. But how could Saladin hear it amidst the cacophony? "Unity," he shouted, voice hoarse but fierce, "is forged in the fires of loyalty." The words hung in the air, a promise and a plea, reverberating against the stone walls as if the very city itself was listening. But shadows danced in the corners of every eye, doubt creeping in like smoke through a hidden crack. And then there was the moment when everything changed. The cries of a child split the air like glass shattering, a sound that pierced through the clamor and resonated deep within me. Layla froze, eyes wide, reality collapsing around her as she turned to face the source of the anguish. I felt the world tilt, the ground beneath my feet shifting like the sands of time. "No," I gasped, agony clawing at my throat as the truth settled over us like a shroud. In that instant, Saladin's gaze locked onto Layla's, a silent understanding passing between them, a bond forged in the crucible of shared pain. The air crackled with tension, a connection that transcended time, a moment where past, present, and future coalesced into a singular heartbeat. Together, I thought, they could change everything. But the clock was ticking, and the shadows were closing in. The ghosts of the past whispered of betrayal, of sorrow, of relentless ambition. The night was not finished with us yet. As the city held its breath, I felt the weight of their stories pressing against me, an unyielding tide of emotion that promised to pull me under. I remember the silence that followed, the echoes of hearts beating like war drums, and the shadows that lingered just outside the reach of the flickering lamplight. Here we stood, on the precipice of a storm, tethered to a history that demanded to be reckoned with. Would we rise, or would we fall? Would we find our place in the tapestry of time, or be swallowed whole by the darkness? All I could do was watch, pulse quickening, as the first drops of rain began to fall, heralding the tempest to come. The night was thick with anticipation, a blanket of silence smothering the city, interrupted only by the distant echoes of swords clashing in the dim-lit alleys. Cairo was a ghost town, the kind that whispered secrets to anyone daring enough to listen. I stood at the edge of the courtyard, heart hammering against my ribs, the air heavy with the musk of sweat and fear. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, casting figures that seemed almost alive, each one a memory of the battles fought, the lives lost, the identity forged in the crucible of war. I remember the first time I felt it, a primal instinct wrapping around my throat, tightening as the Crusaders marched through our land. My friend, Yasmin, grasped my hand tightly, her eyes wide, reflecting the fire that threatened to consume our world. "They think they're gods," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We will show them what it means to be alive." Alive! The word had weight, like a stone, sinking deep into the chasm of my soul. As the sounds of clashing steel grew nearer, I could see the fear etched in Yasmin's face. She was a warrior at heart, but even she felt the shivering dread that came with knowing our very identity was at stake. The Crusaders were not just conquerors, they were shadows, creeping into our lives, seeking to extinguish the flame of our existence. The city, our city, had become a battleground, a canvas painted with blood and resentment. Then there was Rashid, a veteran of countless skirmishes, his body a map of scars, each one a testament to the battles that had shaped him. He paced back and forth, muttering to himself about honor and the need to protect our land, his voice rising and falling like the tide. "They think they can break us," he spat, fists clenched as if his very life depended on each word. "But they don't know our resolve. They will not take our home." And his fervor ignited something within me, an ugly fire that threatened to consume my very being. I remember staring into the darkness, thoughts spiraling in frantic circles. This was not just about land, it was about who we were, who we could become. The echoes of the past reverberated through my mind, our ancestors, the sultans and scholars, their wisdom woven into the fabric of time. Could we honor them? Could we create an identity that stood firm against the tide of foreign invaders? Our world was shifting, a cosmic dance of stars and shadows. I remembered the stories of my father, how he would speak of the Mamluks, slaves turned warriors, a fierce legion formed in the fires of desperation. They were the very embodiment of resilience, rising from nothingness to defend what was rightfully theirs. Could we channel that strength? Could we be reborn from the ashes like a phoenix, blazing in defiance against the encroaching darkness? As the night deepened, the torches flickered violently in the wind, casting the courtyard into disarray. Rashid's voice mingled with the rustling leaves, creating an ominous symphony that played on my nerves. I could feel it, the impending clash, the moment when fear would be replaced with fury, when the blood of our ancestors would ignite the flames of our future. And then it happened. The first sounds of battle erupted, drowning out the whispers of doubt. The Crusaders, relentless and fierce, surged forward like a tide of death, but we stood our ground, hearts pounding in sync with the thunderous rhythm of war. Yasmin sprang into action, her slender figure a blur as she wielded her dagger with the precision of a poet crafting verses. She was a force of nature, wild and untamed, unleashing her fury on the oppressors. For our people, she cried, her voice cutting through the chaos. For our land. Rashid fought beside her, eyes ablaze with a fury born from years of struggle. I watched as he swung his sword, each arc filled with desperation, each strike an echo of our collective pain. "This is our moment," he roared, and in that shattering instant, I understood, the Crusades had become the crucible of our identity, a test of our very essence. Could we rise to meet this challenge, or would we be swallowed whole by the tide of history? Amidst the clamor and violence, I felt the weight of the world press down on my shoulders. What if we failed? What if our dreams of a united Mamluk identity crumbled like dust in the wind? The city around us screamed in agony, but in that cacophony, there was a thread of hope woven through the fabric of fear. The air was electric, charged with a kind of magic that only those on the edge of oblivion could truly feel. In the throes of battle, I caught glimpses of hearts laid bare, Rashid's fierce determination, Yasmin's unyielding spirit. They were not just warriors, they were the embodiment of our struggle, our dreams, our pain. Each clash of swords, each cry of agony, became a call to arms, a whisper of what we could become if we embraced our past while defiantly facing our future. Time blurred around me. The night stretched endlessly, filled with an intoxicating mix of dread and exhilaration. I could see the dawn creeping over the horizon, a thin sliver of light piercing through the darkness, heralding the birth of a new era. It was then, in that pivotal moment of battle, that I realized the Crusades had not just sought to conquer our land, they had unwittingly forged our identity, sculpting us into something resilient and fierce. And so we fought, our hearts echoing the screams of our ancestors, our resolve as unyielding as the stones beneath our feet. We were not merely soldiers, we were a tapestry of dreams and struggles, woven into the very fabric of our existence. The Crusades had blurred the lines between conqueror and conquered, but in that tumultuous embrace of war, we found ourselves. As the first light of dawn broke through, streaking the sky in hues of crimson and gold, I knew this was just the beginning. The battle was far from over, but we had taken our stand. The identity of the Mamluks was no longer a whisper in the dark, it was a roar that would echo through the ages, alive with the remnants of a scarred but unbreakable spirit, one that would rise, time and time again, in defiance of oblivion. The air was thick, oppressive, almost alive with hysteria, as though the very ground beneath us was holding its breath. The sun, a merciless ball of fire, hung like a grim harbinger over the plain of Jalut, illuminating faces that were pale with fear, yet hardened with resolve. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry the cries of the fallen, echoing a past of horrors that had seeped into the very soil we stood on. I could feel my heart racing, a frantic drumbeat in my chest, each thud a reminder of all that was at stake. I remember a moment, just before the clash of swords, when the world fell silent. It was as if time itself hesitated, caught in a spell of anticipation. And then came the first distant rumble, like thunder heralding a storm. The Mongols, relentless and terrifying, were not just an enemy, they were an unstoppable force, a tide of death threatening to engulf everything in its path. Yet, amidst the rising panic, two figures stood out, their destinies intertwined with the fate of our land. There was Baybars, a lion-hearted warrior, wrestling with the shadows of his past. His eyes were fierce, burning with the desire for vengeance and a hope he dared not voice. He had seen too much, friends torn apart, families shattered, his heart, a battlefield of its own. "I will not let them take what is mine," he whispered to himself, gripping his sword as if it were the very lifeblood coursing through his veins. I could see him, muscles taut, every sinew coiled tight with anticipation. He was a storm ready to break, a man standing on the precipice of glory and despair. And then there was the young soldier, Malik, barely more than a boy but thrust into the crucible of war. I remember the way his hands trembled on the hilt of his sword, fear flickering in his wide eyes. "What if I fail?" he had confided to me in a moment of vulnerability, his voice a mere whisper suffocated by the clamor of impending doom. "What if I'm not strong enough?" In that instant, I saw the weight of his family's hopes resting squarely on his shoulders. The ghosts of parents, brothers, and sisters haunted him, their faces painted with pride and anxiety. He was a thread woven into a tapestry of destiny, fragile yet essential. As the Mongol horde surged forward, the ground beneath us trembled. I could feel the energy of the moment, the electric pulse that shot through the ranks of the Mamluks. The battle cry erupted, a primal roar that shattered the stillness and sent shivers racing down my spine. My heart matched the intensity of the call, beating erratically as fear and adrenaline coursed through me. It was no longer just a fight, it was a dance with death, a frantic waltz in which every misstep could mean annihilation. The clash was savage, a cacophony of metal meeting flesh, the air thick with the stench of sweat mingling with blood. I saw Baybars, a whirlwind of fury, slicing through the enemy ranks, each swing of his sword a testament to his unyielding spirit. But on the periphery, I caught glimpses of Mamluk, trembling yet resolute. He was not just a soldier, he was a child grappling with the ghosts of his past, the memories of laughter and warmth flickering in his mind like dying embers. As he fought, his face twisted in concentration and fear, I could see him searching for the strength he thought he lacked. And there they were, the Mongols, fearsome warriors who believed themselves invincible, their yells piercing the air like arrows. They rode into battle like phantoms of the night, their presence a dark omen. I could feel the chill of their reputation wrapping around us, squeezing the breath from our lungs. But fear could only hold us for so long, it ignited a flame that burned hotter within our chests. I remember the moment when Baybars, with a primal roar, cut down an enemy soldier, his blade glistening in the sun, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. The world erupted, a symphony of violence and valor, and in that moment, I saw Mamluk, his face a mask of determination, surge forward. He swung his sword, each movement a desperate attempt to carve out a place for himself in this world. His heart raced, a wild stallion galloping towards an unknown fate. Suddenly, time twisted, every second stretching into infinity. I could see it all unfolding, the cries of the dying, the clash of weapons, the chaos of desperation and valor. My breath caught in my throat as I watched Mamluk fall back, a Mongol warrior looming over him. But then, a flash, Baybars, a guardian angel clad in steel, swooped in, the two warriors colliding in a storm of life and death. The moment hung there, suspended in the air, a haunting reminder that in war, every breath, every heartbeat, could be the last. Jalut was not merely a battlefield, it was a crucible, a fire that forged not just a victory, but legends. With every swing of a sword, every cry of pain and triumph, history was being written. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon in shades of crimson, I felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over me, our fear, hope, despair, and a flicker of something greater, more profound. The battle raged, but amidst the chaos, something shifted. It was as if the very universe leaned in, holding its breath alongside us, waiting for the outcome that would shape not just our fates, but the fate of the world. I remember the moment when I realized that we were not fighting just for our lives but to carve a future free from the shadows of tyranny. And in that fragile moment, a quiet voice echoed through my mind, "What if we win?" It was a whisper of hope, an absurd thought that dared to bloom in the heart of despair. But as I looked into the eyes of Baybars and Mamluk, I saw it mirrored back. The storm had become a fire, and we were ready to fight. As the sun sank lower, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The clash at Jalut had ignited something fierce within us, a battle not just for survival, but for the very soul of our existence. And as the night began to creep in, I could feel the chill of uncertainty alongside the warmth of hope wrapped tightly around me, binding us all together in a struggle that was far from over. A howl echoed through the night, raw and agonizing, as if time itself had shattered. The moon hung low, a haunting witness, drenched in the blood of the fallen. Kutu stood at the edge of the battlefield, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. He could still smell the acrid stench of smoke and iron, feel the earth tremble underfoot, a pulse of chaos beneath the weight of history. Shadows danced around him, whispering secrets of despair and glory, and in that moment, he was more than a leader, he was a ghost, a spectre of vengeance looming over a land steeped in sorrow. I remember the days when hope was a flickering candle. His voice cracked, the memory slicing through him. The walls of Cairo felt as though they could close in any moment, the cries of the terrified citizens echoing in his mind like a never-ending chorus. Each heartbeat reminded him of the throne he had claimed in the wake of the Mongol threat, the blood-stained path that had led him here. What was power without a kingdom to protect? What was victory when each breath carried the weight of unfulfilled dreams? Beside him, Baybars stood like a mountain, unwavering, yet with shadows lurking behind his sapphire eyes. He had come from the same soil, a former slave-turned-warrior, bound by chains that clinked softly in his memory. They shared a bond forged in fire, two men, both haunted, yet driven by a singular purpose, to turn the tide against the oppressors who dared to tarnish their land. "We will not falter," he said, but the words felt like a promise stitched with fear, each syllable heavy with the weight of impending battle. He remembered the taste of dust in his mouth as he fought, the screams of his brothers echoing in his ears. "We will not be forgotten." A storm brewed in the distance, swirling clouds like the fury in his heart. The Mongols were relentless, a tide that threatened to drown them, to erase their existence like ink on parchment. Kutus turned to Baibars, desperation clawing at his throat. "What if we fail? What if, in our pursuit of glory, we lose everything?" The silence that followed hung thick between them, a taut string ready to snap. Baibar's gaze pierced through the darkness, fierce and unwavering. "Then we die fighting. But I will not let our names be whispered as cowards. Not while I draw breath." The fire in his eyes ignited something within Kutus, an ember of defiance that flared against the crushing weight of despair. Yet, as dawn approached, the horizon bloomed crimson, a reminder of what lay ahead. Each sunrise seemed to taunt them, a cruel trick of nature. Time was a relentless beast, and the clock ticked louder, each second a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. In the stillness, Kutus found himself drawn back to the city, the heart of their dreams and fears. He could hear the distant laughter of children, feel the warmth of sunlight on his skin, but all around him, there was an undercurrent of dread, a premonition that the laughter would be silenced. "Time is a thief," he murmured, half to himself, half to Baibars. "It steals away our joy, our sanity. It laughs in the face of our plans." The weight of the Sultanate pressed down like an iron shroud, stifling the hope that flickered within him. The people, their faces etched with worry, seemed to blend into the walls of the city. They were shadows, mere echoes of what life should be, and every scream that pierced the air was a reminder of the fragility of their existence. In the throes of chaos, Kutus felt the weight of responsibility, heavy, crushing, suffocating. What if his resolve faltered? What if he led them all to ruin? It gnawed at him, an insatiable hunger that screamed for reprieve. The ghosts of his past whispered in his ear, reminding him of the failures that had come before, the battles lost and lives shattered. They need a leader, not a broken man, he chided himself, yet the shadow of doubt lingered, a persistent companion. Baibars sensed his turmoil, his patience sturdy as they stood on the precipice of war. "You fear what you cannot control," he said, and with those words, he shattered the silence that enveloped them. But fear can be a weapon, a fire that lights the way when all seems lost. Let it consume your hesitation, burn away your doubts. Fight with all that you are. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the world around them faded into a blur of muted colors, the air crackling with unspoken promises and shared burdens. They were two warriors against a tide of darkness, standing united on the brink of oblivion, but the abyss stared back at them. And then, the first horn echoed across the plain, a sound so primal it could raise the dead. The moment hung, suspended in time, a heartbeat caught in the throat of fate. Kutus felt it resonate deep within, a tumultuous swell of hope and fear, reverberating in his bones. "This is it," he breathed, the weight of destiny closing in. "This is our fight." The clash of swords loomed just beyond the horizon, a symphony of chaos waiting to unravel. A tumult of memories, dreams, and blood bled into the fabric of that singular moment. They were not just men, they were mountains, solid and unwavering, ready to face the storm. "Then let us give them a reason to remember." Baibars smirked, a flicker of warmth igniting beneath the chill of his resolve. The glimmer in his eyes spoke of fierce loyalty, a bond that transcended the battle's brutality. And as the sun broke free from the chains of night, a new day dawned, a canvas waiting to be painted in shades of glory or despair. Together, Kutus and Baibars prepared to face the tide, standing as the last line of defense against the encroaching shadows. The world would remember their names, for they were not merely men, they were the last hope, a flicker of light in an unfathomable darkness. The cries of the battle would soon drown the last vestiges of silence, and all that mattered was the moment that lay ahead, the clash of steel, the shattering of dreams, the desperate fight for their very souls. And as they charged into the fray, the echoes of their pasts faded, replaced by the thunderous roar of a new beginning. Their stories intertwined, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, love, and the unyielding will to survive against all odds, each heartbeat a promise, each breath a battle cry, as their saga unfurled like a tempest upon the world. The clamor of swords clashing, a cacophony of urgency and desperation, reverberated through the cool air of Cairo's shadowy alleys. The sun hung low, a crimson orb, spilling its blood-red light onto the cobblestones, illuminating the faces of men and women caught in a frenetic dance of fear. My heart raced as I squeezed through bodies, a ghost amidst the living, emotion swirling like the dust of ages. Panic licked at my heels, and I felt as if I were teetering on the edge of a vast chasm. One misstep and I would plummet into chaos. I remember the Sultan, the mighty Baibars, a figure both revered and feared, a lion among men. He stood, his regal posture barely masking the turmoil within. In his eyes, a storm raged, for the very fabric of his power was fraying. The Mamluk Sultanate, built on the blood and sweat of countless souls, was trembling. I sensed it in the air, thick as molasses, clinging to my throat, a suffocating reminder that loyalty was a currency often devalued in this brutal game of power. "Where are you, my son?" His voice cut through the din, a desperate plea that sent shivers down my spine. The Sultan's firstborn, a handsome youth with dreams bigger than the empire itself, was missing, lost amidst the swirling conspiracies that threatened to engulf them all. A dagger of dread pierced my heart. I could not help but think of what it meant to be tied to the throne, shackled by expectations, burdened by the weight of lineage. The haunting fear of loss loomed large like a shadow, whispering sinister tales of betrayal and despair. And then there was Shajarat Ulgia, the enigmatic woman whose presence surged through the political tapestry like wildfire. She was a queen of contradictions, both a beloved figure and a target for the venomous tongues of jealous men. Her beauty was matched only by her cunning, a double-edged sword that could either carve paths to glory or slash through the very fabric of loyalty. I watched her, poised amidst the chaos, eyes aflame with intensity, not unlike the dying embers of a fire smoldering beneath the ashes. Was she a savior or a siren, leading the Mamluks into the abyss? I could not tell, but the uncertainty clung to me, tightening like a noose around my throat. "Power is a fickle mistress," she once mused, her laughter echoing through the chambers of my heart like fragile glass shattering. "To hold it, one must dance with shadows." In that moment, I knew she understood the treachery that lurked within the walls of the palace, neighbors turned enemies, allies who feasted on ambition like vultures on a carcass. The Mamluk political structure was an elaborate game of chess, each pawn a knight shifting, plotting, waiting for the moment to strike. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, the relentless pursuit of time, as it whispered of inevitable betrayals and tragic endings. The tension in the air thickened, electric, as I caught snippets of whispered conspiracies. "He's a traitor," they said, "his loyalty as fleeting as smoke." I could not tell who they spoke of, Baibars, his son, or perhaps even Shajarat herself. In this world, loyalty was as fragile as the gauzy veils that adorned the women of the court, easily torn, easily replaced. I looked into the eyes of the men around me, their faces masks of ambition, and knew that ambition was a double-edged sword, one that left scars deeper than any blade. I remember my father's tales, I thought, a memory flickering like a candle in the wind, of a time when loyalty meant something, when oaths were carved in stone, not as easily broken as the delicate threads of a spider's web. But those days were long gone, lost in the echoes of time, leaving behind a hollow shell of what once was. The Sultan's reign was a house of cards, each decree an execution teetering precariously, a gust of wind threatening to send it all crashing down. As the sun dipped, shadows lengthening like the fingers of ghosts reaching for the living, the cries grew louder, the clatter of hooves, the distant sound of war drums beating an ominous rhythm. The city held its breath, the silence before the storm palpable. I felt myself drawn into the heart of the impending storm, a mere observer caught in the tragic dance of fate. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal yearning for freedom, for clarity. They bathed once a year, I remembered, a morbid humor bubbling up amidst the chaos. So yeah, romance was earthy. The absurdity of life lingered like an unwanted guest, reminding me that even in the depths of despair, laughter could be a balm, however fleeting. But as the specter of war loomed, the humor waned, replaced by a chilling urgency that gripped my soul. I wandered through the corridors of power, where the air was thick with the scent of fading oaths and fresh betrayal. I could see it in the eyes of the men and women around me, their dreams and nightmares intertwining like vines, choking the very essence of their humanity. It was a hopeless dance, one where the rhythm followed the beat of the heart and the beat of the drum, but no one really knew who was leading. As I stood on the precipice of this pivotal moment, engulfed by the terrifying unknown, I felt the weight of destiny pressing down on me, a crushing force that threatened to swallow me whole. I wanted to scream, to call out to the Sultan, to Shujarat, to the shadows that danced around us all. But in that moment, silence was my only companion, a heavy cloak that wrapped around me as I braced for the inevitable confrontation, the clash of wills that would echo through history. And so, the world turned, the shadows loomed, and the clock ticked mercilessly on, an unending cycle of power, desire, and betrayal. The political structure of the Mamluk Sultanate stood precarious, a fragile edifice built on the bones of ambition and the ashes of dreams. As I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, I understood that we were all puppets, tangled in a web of fate, each string pulled tighter with every passing moment. Chapter 7. The role of the Mamluk Sultanate in Islamic governance. The moon hung low over Cairo, casting an eerie glow on the cobblestone streets slick with rain. Shadows danced, flickering with the whispers of unsettled spirits. In the heart of the city, two figures stood rigid, their breaths billowing around them like restless ghosts. Rahim, a Mamluk officer with a past stained by blood, felt the weight of his sword at his side, a reminder that power came at a price. Nearby, Zainab, a scholar in the Sultanate's court, felt her heart race as she clutched her scrolls, each parchment a fragile vessel of truth, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink. Rahim! Zainab's voice cut through the night like a knife. They're coming! Panic laced her words, a sharp edge that betrayed her calm exterior. Rahim's eyes widened. He could feel the thrumming in his veins, the surge of adrenaline, the intoxicating rush of impending chaos. He had once believed in the glory of the Mamluks, in the righteous governance that could flow from their swords, in the justice they would bring to the land. Yet, with every battle fought, every life extinguished, he'd begun to question the very fabric of the Sultanate's power. Justice, he whispered to himself, his mind swirling with memories of blood-soaked streets and broken promises. Was it justice when his own hands had been the instruments of tyranny? Zainab stepped closer, her eyes fierce, yet haunted. You know what's at stake. The Sultan's grip weakens, and with it, our chance to write a new chapter. If we fail tonight, her voice trembled, a haunting contrast to her resolute stance. We may lose everything. Their breaths mingled in the cold air, the weight of their shared purpose binding them together. Rahim glanced at the distant horizon, where clouds gathered like a dark omen. The Sultanate had once been a symbol of strength, a bastion of Islamic governance, but now it felt more like a caged beast, desperate for freedom yet held captive by its own ferocity. I remember the stories, he murmured, his voice quaking with emotion. The tales of the sultans who ruled with wisdom, who brought justice to the people. But now... His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, knuckles white in the dim light. Now, it's all about power, politics, brutality. Zainab nodded, the flickering lamplight casting shadows across her face, emphasizing the deep lines etched by worry. What we do tonight will echo through history. We are the harbingers of change, or the echoes of despair. She stepped closer, her breath mingling with his, the warmth, the deceptive comfort in the chill of the night. You must choose, Rahim. Will you wield your sword for the Sultan, or for the people? The air crackled with tension as a haunting call rang through the streets, voices, cries, the distant clattering of armor. Soldiers loyal to the Sultan moved like a tide, a wave of ambition crashing against the rocks of dissent. Rahim felt the pull of the past, the weight of expectations, of lives lost and battles won. His heart raced, caught in a storm of conflicting emotions. I'm not sure I can do this, he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the moment. What if I fail? What if I become just another tool of oppression? Zainab's gaze pierced through the darkness, fierce and unwavering. Then we will rise again. We must believe in something greater than ourselves, Rahim. The Mamluks are not just soldiers, we are guardians. We are meant to protect, not destroy. But the ghosts of his past haunted him, gnawing at his resolve. Each life he had taken lingered like a shadow at the edge of his consciousness, a constant reminder of the fragility of power. He breathed hard, the air thick with the scent of impending rain and blood. "I wish it were as simple as that," he murmured, the weight of his doubts clawing at him. "Every time I fight, every time I draw my sword, I feel it." "Feel what?" Zainab interrupted, her voice fierce with urgency. "The weight of responsibility? The burden of our choices? Embrace it. It's what makes us human. Remember, the Sultanate is not just a title, it's a pledge to our people." He looked into her eyes, finding a flicker of hope amidst the turmoil. "But what if the Sultan is wrong? What if we're just puppets in a game?" "Then we cut the strings," Zainab declared, her voice rising above the chaos. "We make our own destiny. But tonight, we fight. For every soul who trusts us, for every dream of a different future." The distant clangs and shouts grew louder, a symphony of conflict that reverberated through the alleyways, threatening to swallow them whole. Rahim felt the tension coiling in his chest, a taut rope ready to snap. He grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it from its sheath. The cold steel shimmered, reflecting the flickering torches that illuminated the gathering storm. "Will you stand with me?" Zainab asked, her voice a lifeline in the storm of his thoughts. "I will," he replied, the words bursting forth like a dam finally breaking. "For the people. For a future worth fighting for." In that moment, their fears intertwined, their struggles echoing in the silence. They were not merely soldiers, they were dreamers trapped in a world of brutality, navigating the treacherous waters of power and governance. The Mamluk Sultanate was more than a title, it was a living, breathing entity, embodying the hopes and sorrows of a civilization. Together, they stepped into the fray, armed with conviction, as the city loomed around them, an echo of a past that refused to let go and a future trembling on the edge of possibility. The night would either consume them or set them free, and as the chaos erupted around them, they knew they would fight until the last breath. And so, the Mamluk Sultanate stood at a crossroads, its fate intertwined with the lives of those who dared to challenge the shadows. As the first clash of steel rang out, it marked not just a battle, but the beginning of a reckoning, a fight for the very soul of governance. In this dance with fate, every heartbeat pulsed with the promise of a new dawn, or the foreboding of demise, leaving the outcome suspended in a chilling uncertainty, a breath away from revolution. The sky hung low, a shroud of dust and smoke swirling above Cairo's skyline, where the minarets stretched like desperate fingers clawing at the heavens. A distant wail echoed through the narrow alleys, a lament for the souls lost to the chaos of war. I stood there, heart pounding, as the ground trembled beneath me, the faint vibrations of horses' hooves crashing against the cobblestones, a rhythmic reminder of the empire that had risen from the ashes of despair. Buildings loomed around me, their ornate facades whispering stories of glory and bloodshed, intricate arabesques concealing echoes of laughter and screams alike. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the Sultan's masterpiece, the Mosque of Muhammad Ali. It was a vision of white marble and gilded domes, shimmering in the unforgiving sun, a beacon of hope amid the shadows. But even the brightest light casts the darkest shadows. Zainab, my sister, had always wanted to see it. Her laughter rang in my ears like a haunting melody, vibrant and full of life, yet now it felt like the fluttering of moths against a flame, destined to perish in the brilliance of its own desire. I could still see her, standing beside me, her eyes wide with wonder, before the world turned cold. Now, as I watched soldiers march toward the mosque, their faces grim and determined, I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. A familiar figure stepped into view, the ever-looming presence of Ibrahim, our master, once a mere slave, now a commander with a heart hardened by betrayal. He was a man whose laughter had once filled our home, a warmth we desperately clung to, yet now felt more like an echo of a haunting past. "Courage, my friends," he shouted, his voice booming, yet tinged with a whisper of fear that seeped through the cracks of his bravado. But the truth was, Ibrahim wore his own scars, each line on his face a testament to battles fought, both within and without. I could see it in his eyes, that flickering flame of hope snuffed out by the reality of survival. He was fighting not just for the empire, but for redemption, for a past that mocked him in every fleeting moment of peace. Our lives were a tapestry woven with threads of resilience and despair, and as I gazed upon the grandeur of the mosque, I felt the weight of our unfulfilled dreams pressing down on me like the heavy stones of the walls that surrounded us. And then there was Layla, an artist. Her heart was a canvas splattered with the hues of rebellion and sorrow. She had come to Cairo in search of inspiration, seeking the beauty in the chaos, the art that flourished amid ruins. I had watched her paint the world with her brush, each stroke a scream for freedom, each color a rebellion against the darkness that threatened to consume us. But even the brightest colors fade, her spirit began to dim under the weight of the reality we faced. In her eyes, I saw the spark of defiance wane, a flickering candle in a tempest, fighting against the wind, yet slowly yielding. "Zaman, will you join me?" she asked one fateful afternoon, her voice trembling with a vulnerability that sliced through the air like a dagger. We stood beneath the archways of the mosque, the air thick with the scent of incense and the distant echoes of prayers. I wanted to say yes, to be swept away into her world of pigments and possibilities, but dread gnawed at my insides. What good were dreams when the world around us threatened to swallow them whole? My heart ached for her, an artist shackled by the very beauty she sought to capture. I remember that moment, the way her brush hovered over the canvas, waiting for inspiration that seemed to elude her. "Zainab would have loved this," I whispered, my voice barely breaking free from the lump in my throat. "She would have danced through those arches." Layla's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded, her silence a scream of its own, a lament for the lost, for those whose laughter had faded into the silence of history. The days passed like the grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, each moment a countdown to confrontation. The air thickened with unspoken words, heavy with dreams deferred. Ibrahim, fueled by desperation, rallied the men, their faces set in grim determination, yet I could see the flicker of doubt, a fragile flame threatened by the winds of uncertainty. They were fighting not just for the Mamluks but for a future that shimmered like a mirage, tantalizingly close yet maddeningly out of reach. And then came the night. The stars cast a spectral glow over the city, illuminating the minarets that pierced the sky like needles. It was a night painted in shades of silence, the kind that settled into your bones and whispered secrets of dread. I found myself drawn to the heart of the mosque, where shadows danced in the moonlight, revealing intricate designs that pulsed with life. Every inch of the mosaic breathed history, each tile telling a story of pain and beauty, of conquest and creation. In that moment, amidst the chaos of the world outside, I felt a strange peace, a fleeting reminder that art could transcend even the darkest of times. I could hear Layla's voice, echoing in my mind, urging me to see the beauty in the struggle, to embrace the rawness of existence, where pain and joy intertwined like lovers in an eternal dance. I longed to capture that moment, to bottle the intensity of our shared existence, but the truth was, it was slipping through our fingers like sand. And then the clash began, the sound of swords clanging, the cries of men echoing through the night. I turned to find Ibrahim at the forefront, his face a mask of determination, and Layla beside me, her eyes wide with fear. We were bound together in that moment, three souls suspended in the chaos, yearning for a glimpse of hope amid the storm. "Fight!" Ibrahim shouted, his voice a roar above the cacophony, yet I could see the shadows lurking behind him, the ghosts of our pasts, dancing on the edges of our resolve. I remember the weight of that night, the desperation, the beauty, the heartbreak. The mosque stood as a silent witness to our struggles, the very stone soaked in the tears of generations. In that moment of crisis, as the skyline erupted in chaos, we were more than just combatants, we were artists painting our existence with every heartbeat, every breath, a testament to our refusal to be silenced. The battle raged on, an eternal struggle between light and darkness, where art and architecture became our weapons against despair. And as I stood there, trembling with the weight of it all, I could almost hear Zainab's laughter, an echo of innocence lost, a reminder that amid the chaos, we were alive, fighting for a future worth living for, even if the darkness threatened to consume us whole. The air crackles, thick with tension, as the call to prayer echoes through the narrow streets of Cairo, wrapping around its inhabitants like a shroud. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers grasping at the past, and in the heart of this bustling city, two souls stand at a crossroads, a young scholar named Malik and his mentor, the aging philosopher Al-Amin, both on the precipice of change. The scent of spices and the distant murmur of merchants are swallowed by the weight of unspoken words. I remember the moment vividly, the way Malik's heart raced beneath his worn cloak, the urgency of his breath as he confronted the heavy truth looming over them. What will become of our work? It was a question that trembled on the edge of despair, the ink of his writings still wet with the fervor of hope. Al-Amin's eyes, though clouded with years, sparkled with a fire that refused to dim, yet shadows danced in the corners, a sign of impending chaos. "Knowledge is a sword, Malik," he replied, his voice steady yet laced with a quiver of fear. "But what happens when the wielder is blinded by ambition?" The weight of his words hung heavy between them, an unspoken truth that reverberated through their souls. Dreams, once lofty and bright like the stars above, now felt tainted, their edges frayed by the realities of a world on the brink of upheaval. And so they stood there, as the sun dipped below the horizon, caught in the electric charge of an impending storm. Malik's mind raced, heart pounding, a maddening cacophony of ambition and doubt. He longed to rise, to make his mark in the annals of history, yet felt the cold grip of fear tightening around his throat, suffocating the very brilliance he sought to unleash. Al-Amin, with wisdom etched into the lines of his face, saw the struggle within Malik's eyes. "Once, we were the torchbearers of civilization," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the distant clamor of life. "But civilization is a fickle mistress, and the Mamluks, they are not known for their mercy." The mention of the Mamluks sent a shiver down Malik's spine. Warriors clad in iron, their hearts hardened by conquest, had reclaimed the remnants of power in the region. They wielded authority like a hammer, forging a new age, yet at what cost? The echoes of their triumphs and atrocities mingled in the air, a haunting melody that resonated in his soul. Would they crush the fragile blossoms of thought and wisdom burgeoning under the weight of their rule? Just then, a figure loomed in the distance, a Mamluk soldier, his armor glinting in the dying light like a harbinger of doom. Malik's heart raced, each beat a drumroll of dread. They were not merely distant observers, they were entangled in the web of fear, the specter of oppression looming behind every corner. "Stay close," Al-Amin urged, his hand grabbing Malik's wrist with an urgency that spoke volumes. A sudden thought struck Malik like a bolt of lightning. Was this fear the price of enlightenment? A trade-off of blood and sacrifice for the brilliance of an era? He watched as the soldier strode past, a living embodiment of the duality of power, strength and brutality intertwined. Each footstep felt like a harbinger of change, a reminder that the pen was not always mightier than the sword in a world where intellect faced the edge of a blade. The night deepened, shadows merging with the darkness, mirroring the fears nestling within Malik's heart. He dared to dream, yet felt the oppressive silence of uncertainty pressing down upon his shoulders. In that moment, he understood the weight of legacy, the desire to leave something behind that transcended mortality, that whispered to the cosmos in defiance of time. But were the Mamluks merely a consequence of fate, or were they the embodiment of a deeper truth? Perhaps, Al-Amin mused, his voice breaking through Malik's spiral of thoughts, the greatest achievement lies not in the physical, but in the seeds we plant in the hearts of others. The philosopher's words were simple yet profound, lingering like the scent of freshly inked parchment. Malik felt the flicker of understanding ignite within him, a realization that knowledge could also be resilient, capable of flourishing in the cracks of oppression. As the night unfolded, dreams began to weave themselves into his consciousness. He envisioned classrooms echoing with laughter, the collective wisdom of scholars pouring into the streets like a river of light. He imagined schools of thought flourishing, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. But then, the specter of the Mamluks loomed again, their shadows stretching over his visions, gnawing at the roots of his dreams. "Do not let fear stifle your voice," Al-Amin said, his gaze penetrating. "Each word you write is a rebellion, a stand against darkness." Malik's heart swelled, a tempest of courage battling against the waves of doubt that crashed against him. I remember the first time I held a quill," he whispered, the memories flooding in, a simple instrument, yet capable of changing destinies. He felt alive, the embers of hope reigniting within him. "It was like holding the universe in my hand." But the universe was unyielding, a vast expanse riddled with uncertainty, and as the hours waned, the specter of defeat whispered its chilling lullaby. Malik recalled the tales of scholars silenced, of wisdom lost in the shadow of tyranny. The The ghosts of those who had come before haunted him, their faces etched in the corners of his mind, lives extinguished before their time, brilliance snuffed out like a flickering candle. And yet, deep within, he felt the flicker of defiance. Could knowledge survive where power reigned supreme? Could the dreams of a few spark a revolution, a renaissance? In that moment, amidst the looming threats, he understood that hope was a fragile yet ferocious beast. It could thrive even in the darkest of nights. As the first stars pierced the veil of darkness, the battle waged within Mamluk intensified. He felt the pulse of history beneath his feet, the echoes of voices long gone mingling with his. In the shadows of the Mamluks, he realized that the Islamic Golden Age had flourished not merely through conquest, but through the resilience of the human spirit, the quest for understanding that transcended borders and barriers. And so, as the clock continued its relentless march, Mamluk stood on the precipice of his own destiny. What lay ahead was uncertain, yet the call of knowledge pulsed within him, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. The Mamluks may have cast their long shadows, but he was ready to embrace the light, to wield his thoughts like a sword, and carve a path through the darkness of despair. The night was alive with possibilities, an unfinished symphony, waiting for notes yet to be played. The clash of steel reverberated in the air like a death knell, a sound that would drown the cries of the innocent and the shouts of the brave alike. The Mamluks, fierce warriors forged from the wreckage of lives once lived, now stood ready to unleash their fury. I can still see them, golden armor glinting like the sun caught in a storm, the weight of history heavy on their shoulders, the air thick with dread as a storm gathered both in the heavens and in their hearts. I remember, the words echo through my mind, a mantra for this moment that feels impossibly stretched, like the last breaths of a dying man clinging to life. Aziz, a young commander, stood on the precipice of fate, his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. The tension coiled around him, wrapping tighter with every passing heartbeat. He was fierce but flawed, a child of the slave trade turned master of death, a paradox walking the earth. His breaths came ragged, each inhale filled with the scent of blood and sweat, memories of battles fought and lost clawing at his mind. I remember the faces of my fallen brothers, he whispered, eyes fixed on the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the battlefield. Next to him, Layla, a skilled archer whose gaze held the weight of galaxies, prepared to release another arrow into the night. Her heart was a fragile bird, fluttering within the cage of her ribs, fighting against the terror that had become her constant companion. Each time she drew back the string, she felt the ghosts of those who had fallen beneath her aim, an unholy choir that sang in the silence before the storm. I remember, she murmured, her fingers trembling, memories flooding like poison through her veins, reminding her of who she had been before war wrapped its tendrils around her soul. The air thickened with anticipation as the enemy drew near, an unseen tide that surged against the walls of their resolve. The Mamluk military system was a labyrinth of organization, a clockwork mechanism that seemed to have a life of its own. The cavalry, fierce and unyielding, mirrored the relentless heartbeat of the infantry behind them. They were a living tapestry of strategy, each thread woven tightly with purpose, yet each warrior carried within him a story soaked in pain and longing. I remember the whispers that filled the ranks, "We are the Mamluks. We are the sword and the shield." The words were like a drug coursing through their veins, igniting a fire of fierce loyalty and pride. But beneath the surface, uncertainty bubbled like a cauldron ready to boil over. Aziz felt it too, the nagging fear that they were not invincible. Each man, each woman, carried their own battles, torn loyalties, haunted memories, and broken dreams. As the enemy emerged from the shadows, their battle cry resonated through the valley like the wailing of banshees. The sound cut through the air, a chilling reminder of mortality. Aziz raised his sword, heart racing, and felt the weight of the moment settle on him like a shroud. This is it, he thought, the moment that will define us. The first clash of swords was a thunderclap that shattered the eerie silence, sending shivers down the spines of both friend and foe. Aziz fought with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, his blade dancing through the chaos, the world around him a blur of flesh and fury. He could feel Layla's presence beside him, her arrows singing through the air, striking the enemies with deadly precision. He couldn't afford to look back, to acknowledge the fear that gnawed at his insides. Not now. Not when everything depended on them. And yet, as the battle raged on, something shifted within him, an unsettling realization that every life taken was a life lost forever, a thread snipped from the tapestry of existence. The thrill of the fight twisted into a haunting echo of regret. I remember the laughter, he thought, the ghost of childhood innocence creeping back in, the way we played as if the world outside our doors didn't exist. Layla found herself in a momentary lull, the chaos swirling around her, a tempest of screams and steel. She caught a glimpse of a child, no more than 7, watching from the shadows, wide-eyed and terrified. Her heart clenched, a vice grip of anguish tightening around her chest. What have we done, she thought, her mind racing back to her own childhood, one filled with dreams of adventure rather than death. The arrow she had loosed moments before seemed to weigh down her soul with the blood of innocence. As the night deepened, shadows transformed into wraiths that danced in the corners of their minds. The Mamluks were not just warriors, they were haunted souls struggling against the very fabric of their existence. Each clash of steel was a reminder that they were not merely pawns in a game of kings but agents of a cruel fate. We are cursed, Aziz thought, feeling the darkness creep into his heart, and yet we fight. The tide began to turn, the enemy faltering beneath the weight of their swift tactics, horses charging like thunderbolts, infantry flanking like shadows. But even in victory, Aziz felt the icy grip of despair. What have we become, he wondered, the question a sharp knife piercing through the din of battle. He looked over at Layla, her face illuminated by the flickering light of chaos, and saw the same haunted expression mirrored there. In that moment, time stretched, a cruel and unyielding beast. The clash of swords faded into the background, replaced by the soft hum of memories, of laughter that felt like sunlight on a winter's day, of dreams that once soared high above the clouds. I remember, they both thought, voices mingling in the cacophony of war, the weight of shared sorrow binding them together even amidst the unrelenting chaos. As dawn broke, its light spilling over the horizon like spilled ink, the battlefield lay littered with the remnants of dreams and lives lost. The Mamluks stood victorious, yet their hearts were heavy with the price of blood spilled. There was no triumph in their eyes, only the haunting knowledge that every victory was a ghost that danced in the twilight, forever out of reach. Aziz turned to Layla, and in that fleeting moment, they understood something profound. They were not just warriors, they were echoes of a time long past, woven into the fabric of history. And as the sun rose, casting long shadows that whispered of battles yet to come, they knew that this cycle would never truly end. The Mamluk military system was not merely a force of might but a living testament to the warriors who carried the weight of their choices, haunted by the specters of their past, forever chasing the elusive dawn of redemption. The moon hung like a ghost, shrouded in whispers, casting silver shadows over the Mamluk courtyard. A cold wind cut through the night, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to linger. In the heart of the city where power danced with peril, the air hummed with tension, thick as a storm cloud about to break. I remember the night Fatima stood at the edge of that courtyard, her heart pounding like a war drum against the silence. She was a woman of strength, known as the keeper of secrets, yet in that moment, she felt as fragile as the glass lanterns flickering above her. What drove her forward? Rage? Fear? Love? The answers blurred into a haze as she clutched the dagger hidden beneath her flowing robe, its weight heavy with promise and peril. Do you think we're worth more than this? She whispered to her sister, Zainab, whose eyes glimmered with defiance. Zainab, the rebel, the dreamer, had dreams as vast as the desert, dreams that danced just beyond their reach, like mirages taunting them in the heat of the sun. We are not merely pawns in this game, Fatima. We are the queens of our own fate. But queens had crowns, and what did they have? Only the remnants of dreams, crushed beneath the boot of an unforgiving society. As they stood there, the moonlight painted their faces in stark relief, Fatima's brow furrowed with worry, Zainab's lips curled in a smile that threatened to break the tension like a fragile thread. I remember how the shadows of forgotten dreams flickered around them, reminders of mothers who bathed once a year, who laughed at the absurdity of life while hiding the wounds of their own disappointments. Remember when we used to dream of escaping? The world beyond these walls. Fatima's voice trembled, a melody laced with longing. The memories fell like autumn leaves, each one a story, a moment filled with laughter and tears, with joy and sorrow, a cacophony of life. I remember, Zainab replied, though her voice was more of a challenge than an echo. I remember the way the stars twinkled like a promise. I remember how we thought we could forge our own paths, but the world is a cage, Fatima, our dreams a fleeting shadow. Their father's empire loomed over them, a behemoth built on blood and betrayal. In this society where men wielded power like a sword, women were left to craft their destinies from the remnants, the scraps. Fatima felt the weight of tradition pressing down like an anchor, dragging her deeper into despair. Suddenly, a scream shattered the night, a cry that cut like glass. It was the sound of a woman, a mother, pleading for the life of her child. The girls exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking to the rhythm of terror. They knew that sound. It was the soundtrack of their existence, a reminder of their fragile place in the cruel hierarchy of Mamluk life. They rushed toward the sound, hearts racing, hands gripping the dagger tighter, their breaths shallow. As they rounded the corner, they saw her, a woman bound and kneeling on the cobblestones, her eyes wide with desperation. Surrounding her, men of the guard stood tall, their faces masks of indifference, their swords glinting ominously in the moonlight. The air was thick with dread, like the calm before a storm. "Please, don't take him," she cried, her voice cracking like ice, the raw anguish slicing through the tension. "He's just a boy." Fatima's heart twisted painfully in her chest. She wanted to scream, to run forward and shield the boy, yet the weight of their reality shackled her feet to the earth. Zainab, however, moved like lightning, a fire ignited within her. "We can't let this happen," she shouted, her voice fierce and unwavering, an anthem against the night's cruelty. And in that moment, the world pivoted. The guards turned, their laughter mingling with the tension, a dark symphony that echoed through the courtyard. They saw two women with fire in their hearts too fierce to be extinguished by the chains of tradition. "Step back, girl," one of them barked, but Zainab stood her ground, fists clenched, a warrior ready to battle against the tide. Fatima felt her sister's fervor, felt it flow through her like wildfire. She looked at Zainab, their eyes locking in an unspoken vow, together they would challenge the very fabric of their society. But how could they fight a battle so entrenched? The moon watched, a silent witness to their struggle, while the ghosts of their foremothers swirled around them, echoing their silent cries. Each heartbeat was a testament to the lives lived in shadows, women who had danced on the edges of power, who whispered their truths to the night. "Let her go!" Zainab cried, her voice rising with the intensity of a storm. "She deserves to be free. We all deserve to be free." In that moment, the world narrowed to a single point, the clash of steel, the screams of the innocent, the burning desire for change. Fatima felt her pulse quicken, the weight of her dagger suddenly light, almost weightless, a singular focus igniting within her. She stepped forward, heart racing, voice trembling. "What do we have to lose?" she whispered, but deep down, she knew. They had everything to lose, everything they had built in their shared dreams, their past, their future. But sometimes, the silence of submission is far more damning than the crash of rebellion. As the guards advanced, the sisters stood united, a tempest of hope and fear, ready to face the darkness that loomed before them, the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. They were women in a world that sought to silence them, and they roared, their voices echoing through the alleys of Cairo like an ancient battle cry. They were not mere shadows of men's ambitions, they were the fierce light of change. And as the confrontation unfolded, the moon bore witness, a luminescent sentinel to their struggle, marking the moment the tide began to turn. Time slowed, the moment stretched, and in that heartbeat of eternity, everything shifted. The air crackled with possibility, a collision of dreams and despair that would leave no soul untouched. And while the struggle around them loomed like a vast ocean, the sisters stood, hearts thrumming in rhythm, caught between the urgency of the moment and the lingering shadows of their dreams. The sun hung low over Cairo, an ominous red hue bleeding into the sky, as the call to prayer echoed like a ghostly wail through the alleys. I stood at the edge of the bustling souk, the air thick with spices and sweat, and felt the weight of history pressing down on my chest. The Mamluk Sultanate loomed like a spectre over the city, its power woven with religion and blood, as I watched a man kneel in the dust, his forehead touching the ground, seeking solace from a deity who might very well be deaf to his pleas. I remember the scent of incense curling around me, so thick it felt like a shroud. And there, in that moment, I caught a glimpse of Malik, a former slave turned soldier, his eyes dark with the burden of loyalty and betrayal. He was a man forged in conflict, his heart a battleground between faith and duty. The Sultan's policy of tolerance, twisting like a serpent, coiled around his soul, whispering sweetly of unity while silently gnawing at the edges of dissent. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, the knuckles stark white against his sun-kissed skin, a storm brewing beneath his calm facade. Beside him stood Amina, a scholar with dreams as vast as the desert sky, her hands stained with ink and ambition. She was a woman trapped in an era that demanded silence, her intellect a dangerous flame flickering in the shadows of oppression. I remember her voice, low and fierce, as she spoke of the Sultan's decrees, how they seemed to strangle the very essence of faith while promising salvation. They talk of unity, she said, eyes glimmering with defiance, but their unity is built on ashes and fear. The marketplace buzzed around us, laughter and shouts mingling with the cries of vendors, yet an unease crept through my veins, a palpable tension that prickled the back of my neck. Malik's gaze flickered to the distant mosque, its minaret piercing the sky like a sword, a constant reminder of their struggle. "What will we do, Amina?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if the very air would betray them. "How long before our silence becomes complicity?" I felt the weight of his question settle like lead in my stomach, an anchor dragging us deeper into uncertainty. Amina's response was a spark, but what if our silence is our own execution? Those words hung in the air, a challenge, a cry against an unseen enemy. I could feel the shadows of history creeping closer, like a thief in the night, ready to snatch away their hopes. The Sultan, a man whose whims danced between piety and tyranny, ruled with an iron fist, but also with the cunning of a serpent. His policies were a treacherous game, one wrong move could lead to salvation or to the gallows. I felt the tension build like a taut string, ready to snap, with every decree he issued. The religious factions within the Mamluk state were like a powder keg, waiting for a single spark. Amina and Malik stood on the precipice, their desires colliding with the grim realities of their world. As the sky darkened, the sun swallowed by the horizon, the marketplace transformed. Shadows stretched and twisted, becoming ominous figures of discontent. I could see Malik's jaw tighten, his resolve hardening. "I will not stand by and watch them silence us," he declared, his voice rising like a flame against the encroaching darkness. With every word, he pulled Amina closer, their fates intertwined in a dance of rebellion. But Amina was torn, her heart caught in a tempest. "And what of the price, Malik?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear and fury. "What will become of us if we fight?" I could see the conflict etching lines on her face, the fear of losing everything battling against the yearning for change. "We risk everything," she continued, "for what? A fleeting dream." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy like the humid night. I felt the ache in my chest as if her pain was my own. The very idea of hope seemed treacherous in a world where faith was a weapon, wielded by those in power. I could see the ghosts of the fallen, their whispers echoing through the night, haunting the corners of their minds. Malik's eyes blazed with determination, a fire igniting within him. "To remain silent is to accept our fate. I'd rather face the gallows than live as a ghost," he declared, raising his chin defiantly. Amina watched him, her heart a battlefield, the call of revolution pulling her closer to the edge. She wanted to believe, wanted to scream, to shout for a world where her voice wouldn't be drowned in the darkness. But as the night deepened, I felt a chilling presence wrap around them, a sense of foreboding that made the air thrum with tension. The Sultan's guards patrolled the streets, shadows lurking, ever watchful. I could see their eyes, cold and unyielding, the embodiment of the oppressive regime they served. "Fear is a weapon, too," Malik whispered, as if reading the dread pooling in Amina's heart. "But we must wield it as our shield." In that moment, their fates hung by a thread, the weight of history pressing down on them, their choices shaped by the oppressive force of their reality. I could feel the cracks in their resolve, the thin veneer of hope shattering under the pressure. Silence enveloped them as they stood there, two souls entwined in a struggle far greater than themselves, each breath echoing the weight of their decision. The city pulsed around them, alive with the chatter of the faithful and the whispers of the discontented. Yet, in their small corner of the world, everything felt frozen, a moment suspended in time, heavy with potential and peril. I remember the stillness, the way it wrapped around my heart as I breathed in the tension, my pulse quickening with the knowledge that a storm was brewing. It was no longer just a struggle for faith or freedom, it was a reckoning. And as Malik and Amina stood at the crossroads of their destiny, I knew the world was watching, held in the grip of anticipation, waiting to see if they would break the silence or let it consume them whole. A cacophony of shouts pierces the air, the vibrant marketplace alive with a pulse that thrums under your skin. Haggling voices clash like swords, weaving a tapestry of desperation and hope, while the scent of spices, cloves, cumin, and the haunting sweetness of dried figs wraps around you, intoxicatingly familiar yet suffocating. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands, a woman named Layla, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Her hands tremble as she clutches the frayed edge of her market stall, a meager collection of vegetables and grains, barely enough to keep her family fed. I remember when the sun shone brighter, she whispers to the wind, the words a ghost she can't shake. I remember when the harvest was bountiful. Her voice quakes as she watches a wealthy merchant stride past, his silk robe swirling like the tides of fortune, oblivious to the hunger gnawing at her insides. Behind him, patrons fight for scraps, eyes hollow, faces sculpted by need. And there's Omar, her husband, wrestling with shadows of his own. He stands at the edge of the market, torn between a desire to protect his family and an overwhelming fear that grips him like the iron chains of their past. He remembers the days when he wielded a sword, a Mamluk warrior, a proud defender of the realm. Now, he feels more like a ghost haunting the corridors of his own life. The weight of history sits heavy on his shoulders. What is a man without his purpose? He mutters, words catching in the dry air like autumn leaves swept away by an unforgiving wind. The harvest had failed 2 seasons in a row, the crops withering under a relentless sun, each cracked seed a dagger to their livelihood. With every passing day, Layla feels the grip of despair tightening around her heart. She watches the others, their eyes darting like birds in a storm, seeking hope in the faces of those who once brought them prosperity. And in this world, hope is a cruel jester, dancing just out of reach. The marketplace itself is a character, a living, breathing entity, the cobblestone streets humming with the secrets of those who tread them. Shadows linger, curling like smoke around the stalls, whispers of discontent threading through the air. Rumors of famine, of bandits roaming the hinterlands, of nobles hoarding wealth while the poor claw at the fringes of existence. What is trade if it becomes a weapon? Layla thinks bitterly, a silent scream trapped within her. She has seen the desperation in her neighbors' eyes, the way they barter away their last possessions like moths drawn to a flame, only to find themselves scorched. "Come, Layla," Omar says, his voice soft yet firm, pulling her from her spiral of despair. "We must gather what we can. The night will bring more darkness, and we cannot afford to be chased by its shadows." He reaches out, their fingers intertwining, a fragile connection amidst the chaos. She nods, heart aching with the weight of resolve. In the distance, the sun bleeds into the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and sorrow. It's almost beautiful, this moment, but beauty feels like a cruel trick, a bitter reminder that they are losing more than just crops, they are losing themselves. As they navigate through the throng, Layla's thoughts drift to the children, their laughter once a melody that filled the air. Now it is drowned by the encroaching silence, a haunting reminder of what has been lost. The market begins to empty, desperation echoing louder than barter. Layla swallows hard, her throat dry from fear. "What if we can't find anything?" she whispers, a question that lingers like a specter. Omar's grip tightens, a promise wrapped in his touch. "We will. We must." And then, the air shifts. A lone merchant approaches, his eyes glinting with the kind of cunning that sends shivers down Layla's spine. "You're selling your wares, I see," he says, his smile oily. "Tell me, would you trade them for your children's futures?" The words strike her like a dagger, a visceral reminder of the depths to which they have sunk. "What do you mean?" she snaps, anger igniting a fire in her belly. "We're not here to barter our children." But he chuckles, a sound void of warmth. "Ah, but in a world like this, what choice do you have? You can trade for sustenance, or you can trade for survival. Omar steps forward, his voice gravelly with determination. They are not for sale. Not for anything. The tension hangs thick, a taut string ready to snap, and for a moment, it feels as if the world has paused, holding its breath in anticipation of what will unfold. In the dimming light, the echoes of the market fade into the background as they retreat, hearts racing, adrenaline coursing through their veins like a tempest. They stumble homeward, shadows enveloping them in a cloak of dread. Each step is heavy, each heartbeat a reminder of the thin veneer of hope stretched across their lives. Layla's mind races with thoughts of trade, not just of goods, but of what it means to barter with one's very soul. The moon rises for witness to their struggles, an unblinking eye in the vast cosmos. As they reach their modest home, the walls echo with the dreams of children, dreams that feel more distant with each passing day. Secrets spill from the corners like dust motes in the fading light, unspoken fears woven into the fabric of their lives. Omar's voice breaks through the silence, raw and vulnerable. I remember the days when trade was an art, a dance. Now, it feels like a battleground. He collapses onto a worn-out mat, the fight seeping from his limbs. Layla kneels beside him, a fierce protector, her heart aching with love and despair. I remember, she begins, but the words catch in her throat. Instead, she places her hand on his shoulder, grounding him amidst the chaos that swirls outside their door. We must fight, she breathes, a whisper of defiance. We cannot let this darkness consume us. And as the night deepens, the weight of uncertainty hangs heavily in the air, a tension that simmers, promising an explosive confrontation with fate. The Mamluk economy, once a sprawling web of trade and prosperity, now feels like a crumbling castle, built on the fragile bones of its people. They are caught in a battle between survival and the ghosts of what once was, and with each heartbeat, the stakes rise higher. The stars twinkle, indifferent witnesses to their struggles as Layla gazes out into the vast abyss, wondering if the universe remembers them. And in that moment, as shadows loom and darkness encroaches, an ember of hope flickers within her heart, fragile yet persistent. She clings to it, knowing that the fight is far from over. In this world of trade and agriculture, survival is the only currency that matters. Time slips through their fingers like sand, but the night is long and full of unfulfilled promises. And as Layla and Omar face the unknown, they realize that they are not just fighting for survival, they are fighting for a future, for the very essence of who they are. And so, the story spirals on, a relentless cycle of struggle, hope, and the haunting whispers of history, as the Mamluk economy teeters on the brink, echoing the heartbeat of its people. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of betrayal. I stood on the precipice of the crumbling city walls, heart pounding like a war drum, breath shallow as whispers of ghosts danced around me. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, faint memories of a time when the sun shone brighter, and the laughter of children echoed through the bustling streets of Cairo. The world felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that would echo through the annals of history. I remember the night the stars seemed to swirl with a foreboding glow, as if they too were witnesses to the tragedy unfolding below. Al-Malik al-Nazir, once a lion, now a shadow of his former self, paced restlessly within the crumbling palace walls. His heart, once fierce with ambition, now bled with the weight of lost loyalty. The iron grip of power he had held was slipping, like sand through his fingers. I could see the haunted look in his eyes, the way they darted toward the horizon as if searching for a phantom that had long since departed. He was a tragic figure, noble in his fall, yet flawed by the very pride that had elevated him. Each step echoed against the stone, a lament for a kingdom on the brink of collapse. I remember, he muttered, his voice cracking, when I stood atop the citadel and looked upon my empire, unyielding and proud. A shudder ran through him, as if the very walls could resonate with his memories. Now, I am just a king of echoes, a ruler of ghosts. The weight of his longing was palpable, an agony that wrapped around my chest like a vice. Across the city, in a dimly lit tavern, lay Qasim, a Mamluk soldier, drowning in cups of bitter wine and darker thoughts. His hands, scarred and calloused, trembled as he lifted the vessel to his lips. I could see the flicker of hope beneath the layers of despair, the hope of reversing his fate, of rising above the chains of servitude that marked his status. I remember, he whispered into the silence, when I was just a boy, lost and afraid, wondering if destiny would ever favor me. The tavern was filled with the raucous laughter of men who had forgotten their own fears, yet Qasim remained a solitary island amid the chaos. He was drawn to the Mamluk cause, not out of loyalty but out of sheer necessity, a chance to carve out a life where the past no longer haunted him. The tension in his chest tightened as he envisioned the confrontation ahead. It was not just a battle for power but a reckoning of souls, a test of who would emerge from the shadows to seize the light. The night deepened, and the city seemed to pulse with the rhythm of impending doom. In the distance, I could hear the clash of swords, the shouts of men rallying beneath a blood-red moon. The air crackled with a sense of foreboding, and I felt it in my bones. A storm was brewing, and it wouldn't be long before it unleashed chaos upon us all. "Are you ready?" Qasim's voice was low, almost a growl. Every word dripped with the weight of uncertainty, yet beneath it lay an undeniable fire. "We've waited too long." It was a call to arms, a desperate plea for redemption. In that moment, I could see the flicker of a dream, a vision of victory that danced just beyond their reach, tantalizing yet cruel. But Al-Nazir, far removed from the revelry, was at war with his own demons. He raged against the specters of his past, the decisions that had led to this moment. "What have I done?" he cried, fists clenched, as if trying to grasp the threads of fate slipping away. "I thought I could rule with honor, but honor is a cloak worn by the dead." His despair bled into the night, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the relentless echoes of the city's heart. The clamor crescendoed, a symphony of chaos as the Mamluks surged forth, their battle cries a haunting melody of vengeance. Qasim, with raw determination etched upon his face, led the charge. Each step drew him closer to the confrontation he had long awaited, a dance of fate that would either free him or seal his doom. The clash of metal rang like a death knell, reverberating through the very fabric of time. As swords met swords, I felt every swing, every thrust, reverberate through my being. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a reminder that the empire was in its death throes, and with it came the birth pangs of a new order. The Mamluks, once mere slaves, now fought with the ferocity of lions, their spirits unbroken by the chains of their past. And there, amid the chaos, stood Al-Nazir, the weight of his kingdom upon his shoulders. "I am still the Lord of Shadows," he bellowed, defiance lacing his voice. Yet the shadows were closing in, tightening around him, whispering secrets of a power lost. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of realization, a dawning awareness that perhaps this was no longer his fight. A moment stretched into eternity as the two men collided in a flash of steel and desperation. Qasim, driven by the ghosts of a fractured past, surged forward with the raw energy of someone fighting for more than just himself. Al-Nazir, with the burden of a fading legacy, met him with a resolve that shimmered like a dying star. I remember the air crackling, the tension thick enough to slice through, a confrontation of not just men but ideologies, dreams, and destinies. In that heartbeat, everything hung in the balance, and the world seemed to fade away, leaving only the clash of ideals and the promise of what lay ahead. The city was a canvas of blood and ambition, where the echoes of the past mingled with the cries of a new dawn. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum, each breath a whisper of the inevitable. And as the chaos raged on, I could feel the pulse of history shifting beneath my feet, a relentless tide that would consume all in its path, propelling us toward an uncertain tomorrow. The clash between the Ayyubids and the Mamluks was not merely a battle for power, it was a crucible, a fiery trial that would forge a new identity from the ashes of the old. And with every swing of the sword, every cry that pierced the night, it became clear, the decline of one era was the birth of another, and I stood witness to it all, heart racing, breath held, lost in the overwhelming tide of history unfurling before me. The streets of Cairo lay shrouded in a choking stillness, a suffocating silence that clung to the air like the rancid odor of decay. It was the kind of quiet that makes the skin prickle, the sort that signals the impending collapse of the world as one knows it. I stood there, watching her, Zainab, her once vibrant eyes now shadows of despair, searching for the remnants of laughter that used to dance on her lips. She was the life of the market, a beacon among the stalls bursting with colors and scents, yet now she was a ghost, haunting the alleys of despair. They called it the Black Death, and it was a name that echoed ominously in the dark corners of our lives. I remember the day it crept into our society, uninvited and insatiable, like a thief in the night. The whispers of illness curled around us like smoke, and uncertainty carved its way into every heart. I could feel it gnawing at my insides, a wretched fear that promised to consume us all. Then there was Amir, my brother, a soldier turned merchant, pride turned to ash. He had spent his days on the battlefield, eyes fierce, the clang of steel ringing with valor. But the pestilence was a different kind of war. He stood by my side, his hands trembling, not from the fight, but from the helplessness of watching our kin fall like autumn leaves. I watched him as he stumbled through our once bustling household, the laughter that had filled the air now replaced with hushed sobs and the desperate prayers of our mother. "Zainab," he called out, his voice a brittle whisper threading through the stillness. "Zainab, can you hear me?" It was a plea that hung heavy, a beacon reaching out to a soul adrift in despair. But she only stared into the void, as if searching for something that had slipped through her fingers, a fragile dream lost forever to the shadows. The markets, once alive with the sound of haggling and laughter, were now marked by silence punctuated only by the occasional cough that echoed like a gunshot. I remember the stalls, lifeless, their wares rotting under the weight of neglect. The fruits were shriveled, the spices dull, no one had the heart for trade, and the city crumbled beneath the weight of its grief. I walked through those streets, my heart a leaden weight, wondering how it was possible for joy to evaporate so swiftly, leaving only echoes of what had been. It was in the depths of that despair that I encountered the spectre of death itself, not a figure draped in black, but a manifestation of every lost dream, every unfulfilled promise. I remember the faces, their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape in silent screams as they were carried away, one by one, to the dark corners of our fate. The body of a child, small and frail, wrapped in a tattered blanket. It was a vision I cannot erase, a haunting reminder of our mortality. The world had become a graveyard, and we were all reluctant mourners. Yet amid the despair, there was a flicker of rebellion in Amir's heart. "We cannot let this conquer us," he shouted one evening, his voice reverberating against the stones of our home. His eyes burned with a fire that spoke of defiance, a desperate hope that clung to him like a desperate lover. "We must remember who we were." But even in his defiance, I saw the cracks, the weight of responsibility lay heavy on him, a silent war raging within. But Zainab remained unresponsive, an unyielding statue caught in the grip of her grief. I wished I could reach her, to pull her from the abyss, but she was enveloped in a fog of sorrow that I feared was impenetrable. Her laughter, the very sound of it, was a memory that echoed in my mind like a haunting refrain. I yearned to restore her to the vibrant soul she once was, but every attempt felt like trying to grasp smoke, slipping through my fingers. Days turned into nights, and I remember the moon hanging low in the sky, a pale witness to our suffering. I wandered the dimly lit streets, wrapped in a shroud of loneliness, searching for answers in the shadows that danced against the crumbling walls. The city was haunted, and we were its ghosts, each of us carrying a burden far too heavy to bear. Then came that fateful night, when the stars aligned in an eerie symmetry. Amir erupted in anger, his voice ricocheting off the walls of our home, shattering the silence. "We cannot die like this. We cannot let fear dictate our lives." The fervor in his tone was a tempest, a storm unleashed. It was a cry that shattered the stillness, igniting something deep within me. I felt the ancient fires of rebellion stir, but they were quickly quenched by the memory of Zainab's vacant stare, her heart frozen in time. In that moment, I understood the weight we all carried, the ghosts of our past, the echoes of laughter turned to cries, the memories of a world that had slipped away. I watched as Amir fought against the encroaching darkness, his spirit flickering like a flame threatened by the wind. His determination was a wild dance in a world gone cold. But how long could he sustain this fight? I felt my own resolve crumbling like the streets around us. The spectre of death was not just an end, it was a transformation, a reminder of everything we had lost. The city was a canvas of despair, painted with the brushstrokes of plague and panic. I found myself yearning not for escape, but for connection, a desperate need to grasp onto something, anything, amidst the suffocating darkness. The night deepened, and the shadows lengthened. I felt the pull of despair, the weight of hopelessness pressing down on me like a boulder. Amir's voice faded into the background, his rebellion a distant drumbeat against a storm. I longed to connect with Zainab, to pull her back from her spectral existence, but I was trapped too, ensnared in the same web of grief and loss. A clock struck somewhere in the distance, a ghostly echo marking the passage of time, and for a brief moment, I felt the weight of eternity pressing against my chest. The sands of our lives slipped through our fingers, and I knew we were all sailing on a ship adrift, lost in a sea of uncertainty. The confrontation loomed, not just between my brother and the encroaching darkness, but within myself, a battle between hope and despair, between the weight of the past and the possibility of a future. In that moment, with shadows closing in, I realized we were all part of an unending cycle, a dance of life and death, laughter and tears, love and loss. And as I stood there, amidst the crumbling city and the echoes of forgotten laughter, I promised myself one thing: we would not fade into the night. The story was far from over. The impact of this plague would ripple through our lives, a haunting melody echoing long after the last breath had been taken. The struggles, the heartbreak, the flickering embers of hope, they would intertwine, creating a tapestry of resilience that would bind us together in the face of the abyss. The air was thick with the scent of blood and desperation, a lingering miasma swirling through the streets of Cairo like a haunting memory. Shadows danced in flickering torchlight, revealing ghostly figures hunched over their makeshift barricades, their faces a portrait of fear and resolve. It was night, the kind of night that holds its breath, waiting for the thunder of conflict to break the silence. I remember the sound of swords clashing like the heartbeats of the city, frantic and relentless. The moon hung ominously, a pale watcher of what was to come, and I felt an electric chill. In a dimly lit alley, Hassan crouched low, his calloused hands gripping the hilt of his sword as if it were a lifeline. His heart raced, wild and untamed, echoing the chaos that erupted outside. Just moments ago, he had been a simple man. Now, he was a soldier teetering on the edge of eternity. Hassan wasn't just fighting for the Mamluk dynasty, he was fighting for his sister, Zainab, whose laughter had once filled their modest home. Would he see her again? The thought clawed at him, a beast demanding its due. "Stay close to me," he had whispered to her earlier, their eyes flickering with the shared warmth of memories that felt like lifetimes away. She had nodded, her face pale but resolute. But now, in the heat of the moment, he could feel that resolve slipping, like sand through his fingers. He could hear her voice echoing in his mind, weak and trembling, begging him not to leave her behind. His heart twisted painfully, each beat a reminder of the promise he had made. Across the battlefield, nestled among shadows, was Amina, her dark hair whipping around her face as she darted through the chaos like a wraith. A member of the Safavid court, she had always been more than a pawn in a game played by kings. She was fierce, defiant, a spark that ignited the dry tinder of ambition and rage. But now, as she watched the Mamluk forces advance, her heart was a drum of despair. She was torn, caught in a chasm between duty and desire, loyalty and love. Her brother, now a soldier of the Safavid army, had become the enemy she feared she might have to face. "Why can't they see?" she murmured to herself, crouching behind a crumbling wall. "Why can't they understand that we are all human?" But the world had no ears for her pleas. It was a cacophony of death and glory, a harsh opera where empathy was a forgotten note. And then, from the depths of her memories, came the spectre of their childhood. She could see him, her brother, laughing as they chased each other through the gardens, the scent of jasmine wrapping around them like a protective shroud. "We could be anything," he had said, his eyes shining with dreams. "We could rule the world." But now, as the air throbbed with the tension of unspoken words, Amina felt the weight of her brother's decisions crashing down upon her like a waterfall, cold and unyielding. As the night deepened, the clash intensified, every slash of steel against steel sending shockwaves through the ground. Hassan's breath was ragged, sweat mingling with the dust on his brow, blurring the lines between who he had been and who he was becoming. The faces of the fallen flashed before him, strangers, yet somehow deeply familiar. He felt the chill of their absence, their ghosts whispering warnings he could not ignore. "Fight for us," they seemed to say, but at what cost? He lunged forward, a blur of motion, striking down an opponent whose face twisted in surprise, eyes wide with the raw realization of mortality. It was a moment both exhilarating and horrific, and as the life drained from the man's eyes, Hassan's heart dropped. He was no longer just a protector, he was a destroyer. The weight of the sword felt like a chain, binding him to a fate he could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Amina was caught in her own storm. They had painted her with a brush of ambition, eloquent and deadly, yet she was haunted by a singular truth: love was a battlefield too. Her resolve melted into the night as she spotted him, her brother, his profile sharp against the flames. Time froze, and the world blurred around her. The memory surged, a tidal wave of laughter and light. "Hassan," she cried out, her voice swallowed by the chaos. "Stop! Please!" But the din consumed her words, mocking her futile efforts. He couldn't hear her, couldn't feel the tether between them fraying like an ancient rope. One step, and she could reach him, another, and she could lose him forever. In an instant, their eyes locked, two souls entwined in the madness of war. There it was, the flicker of recognition, the spark of an unbreakable bond. And then fate intervened, painting the horizon with a blood-red hue. Hassan raised his sword against a foe without realizing that the enemy was closer than he thought. Amina's heart shattered as she witnessed the tableau unfold, the tragic ballet of two hearts caught in a cruel twist of destiny. I remember the horror of that moment, frozen in time, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The clash of empires was not merely a battle of swords, it was a clash of dreams and nightmares. Each of them trapped in conflicting loyalties, shackled by the burdens of their lineage. The world trembled around them, the moon a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, and as Hassan and Amina stood at the precipice of their fate, they were engulfed in a storm of emotions, fear, love, despair, and an indomitable will to survive. The night grew colder, shadows lengthened, and the battle surged on, relentless, as the echoes of history bore witness to their struggle. Each heartbeat echoed a question: what would they sacrifice to protect what they held dear? Time twisted, memories blurred, and the shadows of their past loomed large as they faced the inevitable, a confrontation not only with each other but with themselves, their destinies intertwined in a tapestry of sorrow and hope. The clash was far from over, but the fires of war burned bright, consuming everything in their wake, leaving only ghosts in their aftermath. The air crackles like the charged silence before a storm. The sun hangs low over Cairo, a blood-orange orb swallowed by shadow, casting long fingers of twilight across the cobbled streets. I stand, heart racing, on the edge of the marketplace, where the scent of spices mingles with fear, a fear palpable, thick enough to choke. A rumor, a whisper, a dark spectre lurking in the alleyways: the Ottomans are coming. Their drums beat like the pulse of the earth, a rhythm that urges the heart to flee, yet holds it captive. I remember a time when the Mamluks were the rulers, knights forged in the fires of war, their swords glinting like stars against a velvet night. I remember when Almansa Kalawoon strode through these very streets, a lion among men, his eyes fierce with purpose. But tonight, shadows loom larger than life, they whisper of betrayal, of alliances undone. The ghosts of our ancestors hover, their eyes hollow, begging for a champion. In the depths of my soul, I feel the weight of my brother, Ahmed, a soldier, brave but broken. His laughter once filled the halls, but now, it is a distant echo, replaced by the clang of armor and the throbbing desperation in his chest. I see him now, standing at the gates, clad in the heavy iron of loyalty. He grips his sword, knuckles white, breath ragged. His dreams of glory have withered into nightmares where blood paints the walls of the city he was sworn to protect. "Are you ready?" I ask, my voice a thread, fragile and frayed, the question hanging between us like a sword suspended over a neck. He meets my gaze, and for a heartbeat, we share the same pulse, the same dread. "There is no ready, only the choice to fight," he replies, biting off each word like a soldier chewing on hope. But I can see it in his eyes, the flicker of doubt, the fear that burrows deeper than the marrow of his bones. The Ottomans, irresistible, unstoppable, like a tide that swallows everything in its path. And then there's Layla, my heart, my light, a healer among the ruins. She moves like a whisper through the chaos, her hand steady against the tempest of fear. Her touch, a balm, yet it cannot heal the wounds of war that tear through our lives. "There's a darkness coming," she murmurs, her voice trembling. I can feel it in the air. She presses a cool cloth to my forehead, the dampness a stark contrast to the heat pooling in my chest. "Promise me you won't fight," Not if you can help it. The plea hangs heavy, a boulder on my soul. I want to tell her I'll do anything to keep her safe, but those words dissolve like ash in my mouth. The clamor of the market fades, replaced by the distant thud of drums, the march of an army. I can see them already, shadowy figures stretching toward the sunset, encroaching on the horizon, enemies on horseback, the Ottomans with their grand ambitions to swallow the Mamluks whole. What is history but a relentless tide? I remember, how could I forget, the night we danced beneath the stars, the air thick with jasmine and laughter. Ahmed's sword, propped against the wall, forgotten, while Layla's laughter rang like music, light enough to lift the weight of the world. What if we could change it? I had asked then, naive and hopeful. What if we could rewrite the endings? But life is not a tale to be spun, it is a brutal script, penned by the hands of fate. The drums persist now, a morbid heartbeat, echoing through the alleyways of my mind. My heart stutters, a memory of bloodshed, of brothers turned to ashes. I think of the choices that led us here, the fragile alliances that now hang by a thread, and the dreams that slip through our fingers like grains of sand. Then, in the flickering shadows, I see him, an Ottoman soldier, proud and fierce, his jaw set like granite. I freeze, our eyes locking across the distance, two souls birthed from the same earth yet poised on the edge of annihilation. His name is Mustafa, I learned later, a name that tastes bitter on the tongue. He carries the weight of his empire, and I can feel it, like a spectre clawing at my throat. I remember the night we met, when the laughter faded into a fragile silence, and we shared the weight of our worlds, the inevitability of conflict hanging above us like a storm cloud. This man, this enemy, was more than a shadow, he was a mirror reflecting the madness of ambition and duty. I caught a glimpse of his heart beneath the veneer of armor, and it terrified me. "Will you fight, brother?" I had asked him, the words trembling on my lips. He hesitated, his eyes flickering with something akin to fear. "I have no choice," he replied, and I felt the truth of it gut me. The drums grow louder, and the ground trembles beneath our feet, a harbinger of what's to come. I stand at the precipice, watching as Ahmed prepares to charge, a warrior's ferocity igniting in his veins. I want to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of that abyss, but the gravity of destiny is a force we cannot outrun. Layla's voice floats to me, a haunting lullaby amidst the chaos. "Promise me," her eyes search mine, desperate, pleading. "Promise me you'll come back." But how can I promise what the stars refuse to grant? The cosmos has woven our fate in threads of conflict, and as the sun sinks, shadows stretch and merge, engulfing the world in an ominous embrace. And so, the moment hangs, suspended like a fragile breath, the air thick with foreboding. The Mamluks and the Ottomans, two hearts beating in a world that seeks to tear them apart. I am caught in the fabric of their conflict, feeling the weight of history pressing down, an unbearable burden of hope and despair, a dance between life and death, between love and loss, spiraling endlessly into the unknown. The battle drums crescendo, a chilling overture to the chaos that awaits. The stars blink down upon us, indifferent to our fates, as I step forward, drawn into the maelstrom. I remember the taste of fear, the sharp edge of courage, the ghosts of what was and what could be. I remember. The air was thick with the scent of burnt incense, mingling with the sweat of struggling bodies. I remember the clash of swords, the metallic taste of fear, the way hearts raced like the hooves of horses thundering in a desolate street. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the crumbling walls of Cairo, a city that thrummed with secrets and whispered legends, where shadows danced like ghosts of the past. It was a night steeped in tension, as if the very cosmos held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that would shake the remnants of a fractured society. I remember Layla, her eyes wide with terror, glistening like obsidian in the dim light. She was a seamstress, her hand skilled in weaving the fabric of dreams into reality, colorful silks that fluttered like birds but felt like chains when they wrapped around her heart. "They'll come for him," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread of sound, fraying at the edges. Her brother, Ahmed, a scholar of the Mamluk era, had delved into history, into a past that seemed more alive than the present. It was a dangerous obsession, one that had drawn the ire of those who preferred the past to remain buried beneath layers of dust and despair. The Mamluks. They were both the protectors and the predators, soldiers turned sultans, their chains forged in blood, their reign a tapestry of power and brutality. They had risen from the shadows of servitude, wielding swords that sang the songs of conquest, etching their names in the annals of history with every drop of spilled blood. I remember the stories Ahmed would tell, tales of glory, of cities bathed in the light of knowledge, and yet, there was always an undercurrent of fear, a dread that curled around the edges of those narratives like smoke from a dying flame. Why can't you just let it go? Layla's voice trembled, a fragile bridge between loyalty and fear. I could see the weight of expectation on her shoulders, the suffocating grip of a society that demanded silence from those who dared to speak the truth. She was a flame, flickering against the darkness, and I feared that her light would be extinguished. And then there was Haroun, the blacksmith, his hands stained with soot and dreams. He was a man forged in fire, yet his heart was tender, a paradox of strength and vulnerability. He had loved Layla from afar, a silent guardian in a world where love was often a luxury paid for in blood. I remember his gaze, filled with a yearning that could ignite the very air between them. The Mamluks are not ghosts, he would say, a fire igniting in his belly. They are living shadows that haunt our streets, their legacy a curse and a blessing. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the reality of their influence seeped into the cracks of their lives. The Mamluks had created an empire built on the foundation of culture and brutality, a paradox of art and war that left scars on the very fabric of Egyptian society. Their architecture loomed over the city, grand structures that spoke of an era of enlightenment but also whispered tales of oppression. Through Layla's artistry and Haroun's fire, they sought to reclaim their identity, to spin beauty from the threads of despair. And then the night shattered. A scream cut through the air, jagged and raw, pulling me deeper into the wound of this moment. Layla's brother had been taken, dragged into the shadows by men who believed knowledge was a threat, who saw the flicker of light as a challenge to their dark dominion. I will save him, Layla declared, a spark igniting her desperation. I will not let them erase him. It was madness. The weight of her resolve crashed against my heart, a wave threatening to drown us both. But I understood her, understood what it meant to fight against the tide of despair, to stand as a lone flame in a world that sought to snuff it out. Let me help you, I whispered, feeling the gravity of her decision pull me in. The streets of Cairo twisted around us, a labyrinth of fate and fire, as we set forth into the night. Each step resonated like a drumbeat, echoing the rhythm of our hearts. The Mamluks loomed over us, their influence a dark cloud, thick and suffocating. Layla's determination shone bright, a beacon against the encroaching dread. I remember the alleyways, the shadows that danced like phantoms, and the echoing laughter of those who believed they were untouchable. Are we mad? Haroun's words were a fragile thread in the tumult of our reckless pursuit. Or are we simply alive? The question hung in the air, a bittersweet reminder of our mortality, of how fragile hope could be. The confrontation loomed ahead, a storm gathering its fury. The Mamluks were not just a historical footnote, they were a living nightmare, a reminder of what power could do when unchecked. I could feel it, the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet, an echo of lives lived in the shadows of rule. The weight of their influence pressed against us, a reminder that cultures were shaped not just by beauty, but by bloodshed, dreams drowned beneath the tide of tyranny. In that moment, I realized it was not just a battle for Layla's brother, it was a struggle for identity, for the soul of Egypt itself. I remember the taste of fear, sharp and bitter, mingling with the scent of jasmine wafting through the air, a cruel twist of fate. And as we pressed onward, heartbeats quickening, I felt the cosmos shift, time itself bending to our will, or perhaps mocking our defiance. In the end, it was not just about saving one life, it was about illuminating the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. Like the Mamluks, we would carve our own legacy, a legacy of resilience and passion, stitched together with the sweat of our brows and the fire in our hearts. As the night enveloped us in its shroud, we marched forward, chasing shadows, daring to reclaim the narrative that had long been silenced. The Mamluks may have left their mark, but we were not mere echoes of their past, we were the promise of a new dawn, waiting to break through the shadows, fierce and unyielding, ready to rise. The air is thick with tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm, as a lone traveler stumbles into the courtyard of the Mamluk palace. The moon, a silent observer, casts an eerie glow over the intricate mosaics, each tile telling a story of glory and despair. I remember the first time I felt that weight, the kind that sits heavy in your chest and stirs uneasily in your stomach. The Mamluk Sultanate is on the brink, a precarious balance between power and the shadows of impending war. I can see the flicker of torches, casting ghostly silhouettes against the cold stone walls, and I feel every heartbeat reverberate in the stillness, echoing the silent plea for peace that hangs in the air. Their faces are strained, eyes darting, as whispers of European ambition slither through the corridors like snakes. I remember the dread pooling in my stomach, thick and unyielding. It's not just politics, it's survival. There's Sultan al-Nasir Muhammad, his brow furrowed, the weight of 1,000 burdens visible in the deep lines etched into his skin. He is a man caught between dreams of grandeur and the reality that those dreams may crumble at the hands of foreign invaders. Opposite him stands his advisor, Taqi al-Din, a man torn between loyalty and reason, each suggestion heavy with the knowledge that failure could mean not just defeat, but death. Al-Nasir, Taqi murmurs, the urgency in his voice palpable, we cannot trust them. The Franks are wolves in fine clothing, ready to feast on our flesh. There is a conviction in those words, a fire that ignites the air around them. I remember, oh how vividly I remember, the way tension electrifies a room, the unspoken truth swirling like dust motes in the sunlight. Every letter we send, every envoy we dispatch, it's a game of chess, and they are always 3 moves ahead. But Al-Nasir, fierce and unyielding, clenches his fists, as if he could crush the weight of his own doubts. What do you suggest? Shall we shut our doors like frightened mice? His voice trembles with a mix of anger and fear, and I feel that familiar heat rise in my own chest. It's a dance on the edge of a blade, a lunge toward the abyss where hope flickers like a candle in a storm. Outside, the city pulses with life, shouts of merchants hawking their wares, laughter mingling with the distant clang of metal on metal. But inside, the atmosphere is suffocating, the air thick with unspoken words and unresolved conflicts. In the corner, a servant lingers, ears perked, heart pounding. I can almost feel his fear, the shadows of what he knows creeping up his spine. He remembers the last envoy sent to Europe, how they returned hollow, their eyes glazed with the reality of betrayal. Have you seen the ships? Taqi's voice cuts through the haze, sharp as a dagger. The Christians are gathering at the coast, sharpening their swords, their eyes glinting with ambition. His words hang in the air, a chilling reminder of the encroaching storm. I remember how dread has a taste, metallic and bitter, like iron on the tongue. Al-Nasir's gaze darkens, a fierce spark igniting in the depth of his eyes. Then we shall not cower. We will send an envoy of our own. We will show them our might. His declaration reverberates against the cold stone, a battle cry echoing in my ears. But I see doubt flicker behind his bravado, shadows of uncertainty dancing across his face. An envoy. Taqi scoffs, disbelief lacing his voice. To whom? The wolves? They will feast upon our words and leave us with nothing but bones. Do you think I fear them? Al-Nasir's voice rises, each word a thunderclap. I will not be known as a ruler who shrank from the world. I will negotiate, I will bend but not break. The weight of his resolve crushes down, squeezing the air from the room until it feels too tight to breathe. Yet within the depths of his determination lies a flicker of desperation, a glimmer of vulnerability that shatters the facade of a mighty sultan. I remember standing before great leaders, feeling their power, but also their fear, that shared heartbeat of humanity echoing in the silence. The servant shifts, the shadows whispering secrets in the dark. He knows the stories of the past, the failed alliances that left kingdoms in tatters. But what if they deceive us again? He dares to interject, voice trembling. What if this is just a game to them? What if? Al-Nasir's glare could pierce through the very fabric of the night. Then we will play our part. If betrayal is what they desire, then let them come. We shall meet them with our swords drawn. But even as he speaks, the uncertainty hangs like a spectre, looming over them, casting long shadows that stretch into the abyss of the unknown. In the depths of my memory, I remember the scent of jasmine wafting through the palace, mingling with the heavy scent of sweat and fear. a reminder of the life outside, vibrant and chaotic, yet so far removed from the dread that clings to the walls like ivy. The city outside is oblivious, a world of laughter and life, while within these chambers, hearts pound like war drums in the silence. As the night deepens, the tension coils tighter, wrapping around their hearts, squeezing until it aches. Al-Nazir, Taki, and the servant are caught in an endless loop of hope and despair, each moment stretching into eternity, each decision a thread that could unravel their fates. I remember the echoes of their voices, the whispers of their fears, and the determination laced with desperation. The fate of the Sultanate hangs precariously in the balance, a delicate dance on a tightrope strung between dreams of diplomacy and the stark reality of war. The clock ticks, the night deepens, and the shadows whisper of what is to come. The Mamluks may stand resolute, but the world outside shifts, and the players in this dangerous game are restless. I remember this, the pulse of history thrumming beneath our feet, nudging us toward an uncertain tomorrow. Outside, the city sleeps, unaware of the tempest brewing within, unaware of the hearts beating in fear and defiance. I remember the faces of those who dared to hope, even as the darkness encroached, Al-Nazir, Taki, the servant, all locked in a struggle that would ripple through time, leaving echoes of their choices to haunt the corridors of history. And as the first light of dawn threatens to break, painting the horizon with strokes of crimson, I can almost hear the distant rumble of a gathering storm. The game is set, the pieces are in motion, and the dance of life and death is about to begin. The sun dipped behind the stone ramparts, casting long shadows over the city of Cairo. The air grew thick with tension, a palpable dread that clutched at the throats of all who dared to tread its bustling streets. I remember the silence before the storm, that heavy stillness that wraps around your heart when you know something wicked is about to unfold. It was a moment suspended in time, yet it pulsed like a drum, echoing the heartbeat of a city teetering on the edge of chaos. The minarets loomed like sentinels, guardians of a faith that both united and divided. The cries of the faithful floated through the air, a haunting melody that intertwined with the whispers of conspirators in dimly lit alleys. I remember standing there, my breath hitching as I watched Yusef, a soldier sworn to protect the Mamluk Sultanate, face the dark choice looming before him. His brow glistened with sweat, and in his eyes danced the flickering flame of desperation, a man caught between duty and belief. "I didn't choose this life," he muttered, as if the very walls could offer him solace. "But it was chosen for me." It was the mantra of too many, the echo of souls crushed under the weight of obligation. The people relied on their rulers, on the promises of piety held aloft like banners. Their faith was both sword and shield, but faith could twist like a knife in the wrong hands. Across the plaza, Fatima watched, her heart a storm of conflicting loyalties. She was a scholar, her nights spent buried in scrolls and scriptures, unraveling the riddles of existence. But the whispers of the Mamluks had tainted her world. The blood of the innocent spilled like ink across the pages of history, and now, with the Sultan's decree ringing in her ears, she felt her faith shatter like glass. "Must we sacrifice our humanity for power?" she whispered to the wind, her voice trembling. She had seen the way religion was wielded, a double-edged sword that cut deeper into the flesh of the faithful. The Mamluks claimed divine right, yet their hearts brimmed with earthly greed. "I am not a pawn in their game," she resolved, even as doubt gnawed at her resolve. As the sun sank lower, the horizon blazed with the fiery hues of an impending reckoning. The call to prayer rang out, a siren song that beckoned the faithful even as it heralded the ominous. Yusef felt the pull in his gut, a primal urge to take up arms, to defend the very faith that had become a battleground. He gripped his sword, its hilt slick with the sweat of his clenched fist. He remembered the stories told to him as a boy, tales of valor and sacrifice. Those tales were now tainted with a bitterness he couldn't swallow. "Is this how it ends?" he breathed, his gaze piercing into the gathering shadows. "With blood on our hands." And then, the moment fractured. A scream shattered the air, the sound of a woman's wail spiraling into the night. Fatima's heart raced as she recognized the voice. Her sister, caught in the maelstrom of Mamluk politics, where lives were discarded like broken toys. The Sultan's enforcers moved like shadows, their presence a dark stain on the fabric of faith. "Yusef!" Fatima's voice rang out, a desperate plea that mingled with the cries of the crowd. Her heart raced, torn between the love for her sister and the fear of what the Mamluks would do to silence dissent. "I remember," Yusef said, his voice a low growl, "when faith was a lighthouse in the storm. Now it's a weapon, a shield for tyrants." He turned to Fatima, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual understanding, a shared burden that weighed heavily on their souls. Together, they raced through the streets, the din of chaos crashing around them like waves against a cliff. Each footfall echoed the heartbeat of a city that was alive with anger, with passion, yet suffocated by oppression. Fatima's thoughts spiraled. She could almost see the ghosts of the past, the scholars, the martyrs who had once breathed life into their faith, now reanimated as shadows. "Why do they hide behind our beliefs?" she shouted over the tumult, her voice raw. "Why do they twist our prayers into a noose?" Yusef clenched his jaw, the fire in his chest igniting. "Because it's easier to control a crowd than a conscience," he replied, rage lacing his words. The world spun, a dizzying dance of despair, and he felt the weight of all those who had fought for faith, who had bled for a cause that now lay in tatters. They arrived at the square, the heart of power and treachery, where an assembly gathered. The Sultan's emissaries stood tall, their presence oppressive, stifling hope beneath the guise of piety. They preached of divine right while shadows flickered behind them, memories of betrayal and bloodshed trailing like ghosts. "I will not stand idly by," Fatima declared, her voice rising above the chaos. "We are not pawns. We are the very essence of our faith." Each word was a dagger, piercing through the veil of complacency. Yusef took a step forward, his heart pounding in tandem with hers. "Then let us rise, together. Not as soldiers or scholars, but as voices for the forgotten." The power of their conviction crackled in the air, an electric pulse of righteousness that sent shivers down spines. In that moment, the world held its breath. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, and the horizon darkened with the weight of their choices. This was no longer just a fight for faith, it was a struggle for the soul of a city, for the heart of belief itself. And as the cries of the faithful mingled with the cries of the damned, it became clear the Mamluks had ignited a fire that would consume them all. "I remember," the words hung between them, a pledge, a prayer, a promise. The night stretched out before them, a void filled with the echoes of a struggle that would reverberate through time, even as the clock ticked relentlessly onward. They stood on the precipice of change, two souls entwined in a dance of defiance, their hearts beating as one against the oppressive silence of tyranny. And as the dawn threatened to break, the shadows whispered, the ghosts of the past stirring, ready to rise and reclaim their voice in this tumultuous tapestry of faith and politics, where the true battle had only just begun. Rain fell in thick sheets, drumming against the stone walls of the mosque, echoing like the desperate heartbeat of a city teetering on the edge. The air was heavy, electric with tension. I stood there, drenched, the cold seeping through my bones, my heart racing, thumping an ancient rhythm that reverberated through the centuries. I was lost in the labyrinth of time, surrounded by towering minarets that clawed at the sky, their silhouettes dark against the storm. This was Cairo, a city haunted by its past, a living ghost whispering tales of glory and despair. Within those sacred walls, two souls entwined in a tempest of conflicting desires, Zainab and Idris. Zainab, fierce and unyielding, her spirit as tempestuous as the storm outside, paced before the intricate arches. Her fingers brushed the calligraphy etched in stone, each curve and line a testament to a history she was determined to preserve. Her heart echoed with the cries of the past, a bittersweet symphony played against the backdrop of crumbling minarets. "We must do something, Idris," she implored, her voice rising above the roar of the rain, filled with a fiery urgency that ignited the air between them. Idris, caught in a storm of his own, felt the weight of her words press against his chest like the granite hewn by the hands of long-dead artisans. He stood rooted, a shadow among shadows, his brow furrowed. "What can we do? These structures, these memories, they are crumbling as fast as our resolve." His voice trembled, a whisper lost in the storm's fury. He glanced at the ornate ceiling, intricately painted with scenes of a glory that once was, now faded like the dreams of those who built it. A weight settled over him. Was he a guardian of history or a prisoner of it? Zainab's eyes narrowed, fierce determination igniting a fire within her. They bathed once a year, so romance was earthy, she said with a half smile, her humor cutting through the darkness, a reminder of the absurdity that history often birthed. But we can't let their legacy rot in the shadows. These mosques, these madrasas, they're not just buildings. They're our roots, our identity. Her voice cracked, raw and emotional, spilling over with the desperation of a lover who feared losing everything. Idris turned away, his gaze drifting to the rain-soaked courtyard, where puddles formed like forgotten memories. And what if we fail? What if we're just echoes in a forgotten dream? His fear was palpable, a spectre lurking just beyond the edges of his thoughts. The clock tower chimed mournfully, the sound reverberating through his bones like the last breaths of a dying past. I remember, Zainab said, her voice softening, the intensity flickering like a candle against the encroaching dark. I remember my grandmother telling me stories of the scholars who tread these very halls, their laughter mingling with the scent of incense. I remember how she taught me the prayers whispered here, how they hung in the air like a promise. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, memories coiling around her heart like vines, tightening until they almost suffocated. The wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to carry the voices of the long dead through the arches. It was a reminder of their fallibility, the fragile threads connecting the present to the past. We carry their stories, Idris, she breathed. We are not just keepers of stones. We are their voices, their memories. His heart twitched, caught in a dance of longing and despair. But what can we do against time, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, each word a heavy stone thrown into the churning waters of doubt. Zainab stepped closer, the air thickening with intensity, their fears melding into a singular force. We build anew, we weave their stories into our own. We breathe life into their legacy. Together. Her words hung between them, electric and fragile, a bridge over the chasm of uncertainty. And suddenly, the storm broke, a furious crescendo, lightning illuminating the mosque's grand facade, revealing a beauty that had withstood centuries. The rain, a baptism of sorts, washed over the stones, renewing them, cleansing the weight of neglect. Idris felt the weight on his heart lift, just slightly, the ghost of hope stirring within him. Let's do it, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, but they held the weight of 1,000 unspoken promises. Let's honor them, Zainab. Let's show the world what they built. A flicker of a smile broke through Zainab's fierce exterior, a flash of light in the darkness. Together, they stepped forward, hand in hand, ready to forge a future from the ashes of the past. Each step echoed with the resolve of their ancestors, a heartbeat resounding through the corridors of time, urging them onwards. But as they crossed the threshold, the shadows shifted, and a heaviness clung to the air. The laughter of the past felt close, as if the ghosts of scholars and artisans watched, perhaps judging, perhaps cheering. The storm outside raged on, the winds howling like a banshee, wrapping around them, pulling at their resolve, testing their commitment. The minarets loomed above them, guardians of a legacy that begged to be remembered, yet whispered threats of oblivion. A clock ticked away the seconds, counting down to an uncertain future. And in that moment of resolve, beneath the weight of history and hope, they both understood this was only the beginning. The city, the legacy, the struggle, they were all intertwined like the intricate patterns etched in the stone, a saga waiting to unfold. The echoes of history reverberated through the rain-soaked stones, and as Zainab and Idris stepped into the unknown, the architectural legacy of the Mamluks loomed larger than life, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit against the relentless tide of time. And so, the haunting symphony of the past continued, a melody of love, loss, and unyielding hope, echoing through the ages. The sound of shattering glass, a shriek of 1,000 souls trapped beneath the weight of time, splinters the air. It reverberates off weathered stone walls, echoing in the dusty silence of the workshop. I stand frozen, heart pounding, as the shards of a Mamluk masterpiece scatter like forgotten dreams, glistening under the harsh flicker of the oil lamp. Each piece a memory, each fragment a story that could have been told. The air is thick with the smell of heated clay and heated tempers. I remember Abdul, his eyes fierce yet vulnerable, as he bends over the remnants of what was not just art, but a lifeline, his lifeline. The fiery passion that dances in his gaze is matched only by the desperation in his voice. This was supposed to be my moment, he whispers, as if the walls themselves will condemn him for the failure. This was my chance to shine. But shadows loom. Alia stands beside him, her hands shaking, stained with the colors of their labor. She feels the weight of the world, of their dreams, crashing down alongside the glass. We can fix it, she murmurs, but her voice trembles, betraying the hope she wishes to cling to. Her heart is tethered to the pulse of this place, to the rhythms of an ancient craft that has whispered through generations. She knows the stakes. They are not just creating beauty, but also carving their existence into the fabric of a world that has little room for the fragile. Outside, the city breathes, a living tapestry of chaos and beauty, the scent of spices intertwining with the distant cries of merchants. But here, in the cramped quarters of their workshop, it feels like time itself has conspired against them. Abdul clenches his fists, breathing hard enough to rattle the glass dust swirled around their feet. They won't understand, he growls, the desperation twisting into anger. They'll only see the broken pieces. No one sees the struggle behind the artistry, the long nights, the aching hands, the sacrifices made in the name of creation. Alia knows all too well the fear that simmers beneath the surface, a fear that whispers like a ghost in the corners of her mind, reminding her of the fragile line they walk. But we are still here, she counters softly, as if speaking to a child. We still have time. We can still create. The tension mounts, it sits heavy between them, a chasm formed not just by broken glass, but by unspoken words and dreams deferred. Abdul's breathing slows, the fire in his gaze dimming. He turns away, the weight of his failure pressing down like the thick dust in the air. Time is not our friend, Alia, he mutters, mostly to himself. Time is the thief that steals everything we hope to build. I remember the stories of creation, of how the Mamluk artisans shaped the glass, each piece a melding of earth and fire, forged in the crucible of their passion. Each vessel held more than just liquid, it cradled hopes, dreams, perhaps even love. Could Abdul and Alia reclaim that spirit? Could they turn despair into art? The distant ticking of a clock seems to mock them both, a reminder that their deadline draws ever closer. They bathed once a year, you know, I think absurdly, trying to lighten the moment, the echoes of laughter from the market seeming so far away. So yeah, romance was earthy. But their glass? Their glass was like nothing else. I chuckle at the thought, though the laughter feels hollow. Alia gathers herself, the weight of the moment settling onto her shoulders like a cloak woven from the very threads of their dreams. We can take the pieces, Abdul. We can make something new, she insists, her voice hushed yet resolute. Each word is a lifeline thrown into the stormy seas of uncertainty that threaten to swallow them whole. Just look at how they crafted their ceramics, how they breathed life into the clay. It's like alchemy, turning the mundane into the magnificent. And there it is, the flicker of understanding that flares between them, an ember of possibility igniting the darkness. But it's gone, he replies, despair bleeding every color from his voice. This was my chance to make my mark. The weight of his ambition crushes him, the specter of failure looming like a dark cloud over their heads, threatening to rain despair. Yet, as the clock ticks on, Alia kneels, gathering the shards, her fingers brushing against the jagged edges as if they were pieces of her own heart. She holds them close, cradling the fragments like precious jewels. What if we create something entirely new, she breathes, a spark igniting in her chest. We take these broken pieces, and we make art that tells our story. Not of failure, but of resilience. The air crackles with tension, as if the universe itself holds its breath. Abdul's anger dissipates, replaced by a flicker of hope. But what if it's not enough, he asks, fear lacing his voice, the vulnerability cutting through the bravado like a knife. Then we do it again, she replies fiercely, her spirit unyielding. We are not defined by our failures, Abdul. We are defined by how we rise from them. Time stretches, every heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Outside, the city pulses with life, oblivious to their inner turmoil. But here, within these walls, they stand on the precipice of something profound, an art born not from perfection but from the chaos of their hearts. And so they begin, their hands moving together, a dance of creation. Each shard finds its place, glinting under the dim light, forming a mosaic of their struggles and triumphs. With every piece, they craft not just art, but a testament to their love, their fear, their relentless pursuit of beauty amid the brokenness. As the night deepens, the shadows wrap around them like a shroud, but in that darkness, they shine brighter than any glass. They are not just artisans, they are survivors, breathing life into the fragments of their dreams, piecing together a future that defies the silence of shattered glass. In this moment, I am lost among the colors and shapes, their essence intoxicating, pulling me closer, deeper into their world. The clock ticks on, and outside, the city breathes, but within these walls, the art of their struggle is just beginning, a story that will echo through time, glorious, tragic, and beautifully unending. The sun hung heavy in the sky, an orange orb of molten fury, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked sands of the battlefield. The air crackled with tension, sharp as a blade. I stood amidst the chaos, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a desperate prayer for salvation. The cries of dying men echoed like the wails of lost souls, each gasp a reminder that death was not a distant specter but an intimate companion, lurking behind every corner, waiting to claim its due. I remember the moment he fell, Khalid, my brother in arms, the one who had always laughed in the face of danger, now reduced to a crumpled figure, a marionette with severed strings. I could still hear the rasp of his breath, shallow and uneven, like the whispers of a ghost. Fear coiled around my heart, squeezing tightly, a vice that threatened to crush my resolve. "Stay with me, Khalid," I begged, though I knew by the light fading from his eyes that my words were futile. The battlefield, a pit of despair, swallowed his spirit whole, leaving behind nothing but a hollow ache deep in my chest. Across the way, I caught a glimpse of Amina, a fierce warrior with a heart forged in the fires of conflict. Her eyes burned with the ferocity of 1,000 suns, every swing of her sword a testament to her rage against the world that had wronged her. But beneath that armor, beneath her bravado, lay an ever-growing fear, a fear that her strength would falter, that one day she would find herself as lost as Khalid, a casualty in this relentless tide of war. I could see it in the way she tightened her grip on her weapon, knuckles white, as if she were trying to hold back the flood of emotion that threatened to drown her. The Mamluks were an unstoppable force, their banners fluttering like the wings of dark angels. They moved like shadows, swift and deadly, their armor glinting ominously under the sun. But they were not just soldiers, they were memories, each one a life snuffed out, each conquest a heartbeat stolen. I could not help but wonder, were they driven by duty, or was it vengeance that propelled them forward, the ghosts of the fallen urging them to press on? I felt their weight like a shroud around my shoulders, a reminder that every victory came at a price. "Push through! For Khalid!" Amina shouted, her voice piercing the air, breaking through the suffocating fog of despair. I wanted to rise, to fight, to be her ally, but the fear clung to me like a second skin, paralyzing and cold. I recalled my father's words, spoken long ago as he prepared me for battle: "Courage is not the absence of fear, but how you face it." But facing it seemed insurmountable. The ground trembled beneath the weight of our choices, every decision echoing through time like the ticking of a clock, relentless and unforgiving. With a sudden crash, the world around me erupted. Mamluk soldiers charged, a wave of relentless fury crashing against our ranks. The air was thick with the smell of iron and sweat, a grotesque perfume of war. I felt the adrenaline surge through my veins, a fire igniting in the pit of my stomach. Time slowed, each second stretched like an eternity as I faced down the approaching tide. I picked up my sword, its weight familiar and reassuring, a connection to the lives I fought for, the dreams I clung to. "Let go of your fears, brother!" Khalid's voice echoed in my mind, a memory of laughter and camaraderie that now twisted into a haunting refrain. I swung my sword with reckless abandon, every strike a desperate attempt to reclaim not just my life but the lives of those I loved. In that moment, I was not just fighting for victory, I was fighting for salvation, for redemption, for Khalid's memory. Amidst the chaos, I saw Amina fall, a dark figure crumpling to the ground, her sword slipping from her grasp as if the universe itself conspired against her. I stumbled, the world blurring as I reached for her, fear clawing at my throat. "Amina!" I cried, but the din of battle swallowed my voice, drowning it in a sea of despair. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the weight of loss bearing down like a mountain. But I was not done. I would not let the darkness claim her, not today. I surged forward, each step fueled by rage and sorrow. I fought through the haze of grief, my heart a drumbeat of defiance. Khalid, Amina, these names whispered through my veins, a mantra of love and loss. I could see her now, struggling to rise, her spirit a flickering flame in the consuming darkness. I would be her light, her anchor in this storm. The battle raged on, waves of soldiers crashing against each other, a tumultuous tide of fury and anguish. I could feel the heat of the sun bearing down, the sweat trickling down my brow like tears of a world gone mad. Each clash of steel was a heartbeat, each cry a plea for mercy, reverberating through the air. I remembered the futility of it all, the grand tapestry woven from threads of pain and blood. But still, I fought. I fought for every moment, for every breath, for the dreams that danced just beyond the horizon. I remembered the laughter, the joy, the simple beauty of life amidst the chaos. And as I swung my sword, a desperate prayer on my lips, I realized that the fight was not just for survival, it was an act of love, a testament to the strength of the human spirit. In this maelstrom of madness, I caught a glimpse of the future, a world that could be, if only we had the courage to seize it. The Mamluks were not just conquerors, they were a reflection of our own struggles, our own fears brought to life. And as I plunged into the fray, I knew that this battle was only the beginning. The echoes of Khalid's laughter and Amina's fierce resolve guided me forward, into a darkness that promised both despair and hope, a path fraught with peril yet shimmering with the possibility of redemption. The world spun wildly, a cosmic dance of shadows and light, and I was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of existence. The fight would not end here, it could never end. The cycle of loss and love would continue, beckoning me to face my fears, to rise against the tide, to embrace the absurdity of life itself. And so, I fought. I fought for the memories, for the laughter, for the dreams yet to be realized. I fought against the darkness, knowing that love, however fleeting, was worth every wound, every heartache, every drop of blood spilled in the name of hope. The battle was far from over, and I was ready. Chapter 24. The Mamluk Sultanate and the Red Sea trade. The night was a tapestry of shadows and whispered fears, the kind that clung to your skin like sweat in the humid air of the Red Sea. A single lantern flickered, its glow barely penetrating the thick darkness that wrapped around the port city of Aqaba. I remember feeling the weight of the world in that moment, a pulse thrumming in my chest, echoing the heartbeat of a city on the brink of chaos. The scent of salt and desperation hung heavy, suffocating, as merchants and sailors scurried like ants in a disturbed nest, their voices a chaotic symphony of panic and hope. "Faster!" Amir shouted, his voice slicing through the air like a dagger. His face, usually so composed, was twisted with fear and purpose. A Mamluk captain, hardened by years of battle and betrayal, he now stood at the brink of losing everything he had fought for. In the flickering light, his eyes were wild, reflecting the torment of a man who had gambled too much and lost sight of his own humanity. I felt the adrenaline surge within me as I followed him, my heart pounding in time with the frantic rhythm of the port. The thrum of trade was supposed to be a lifeblood, a dance of merchants and treasures, but now it festered with urgency. The ships, once symbols of wealth and success, now loomed ominously on the horizon, ghostly silhouettes against a moonless sky. They were the harbingers of doom, mismatched vessels of greed and ambition, carrying whispers of a looming threat that had already begun to seep into our lives. And then, there was Layla. Oh, Layla! She stood apart from the chaos, a beacon of strength wrapped in vulnerability, her dark hair a cascade of shadows against the dim light. I remember the way her eyes darted between Amir and the sea, filled with unspoken words, a storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. She was caught in the crossfire of loyalty and love, a love that felt both like a lifeline and a noose. "Amir, we can't," she began, her voice trembling like the lantern in the wind. "Can't? Can't what?" "Stand by while our people drown in despair." His anger crackled in the air, sharp and electric. The desperation in his voice was a palpable thing, a dark beast clawing its way to the surface, threatening to consume him. Layla's breath hitched. I remember the stories of the sea, Amir. It's not just trade, it's a graveyard of dreams. We cannot sail into that darkness. But Amir's resolve was ironclad, forged in the fires of battle and tempered by loss. What choice do we have? We can't let our rivals take what is ours. Not now, not ever. The weight of his conviction hung in the air, heavy like the oppressive humidity. I felt the fear seep into my bones, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. I was an observer, a mere spectator to their tempest. Yet their plight resonated within me, igniting a flicker of something raw, something terrifying. The stakes were higher than mere trade routes. They were fighting for survival, for the very soul of a people bound by blood and salt. As we moved through the maze of the port, the echoes of old conversations crept back, a merchant's laughter, the clinking of coins, the vibrant tales of distant lands. But those memories felt ghostly now, memories slipping through the fingers like grains of sand. All around us, the air was thick with the scent of despair, of an uncertain future that loomed like an ominous wave, ready to engulf us. Remember the plague? I whispered to myself, half in jest, half in horror. They bathed once a year, so yeah, romance was earthy. I chuckled, but the laughter felt hollow, a mask for the dread clawing at my insides. It was absurd, really, the way people clung to the past, even as the present threatened to devour them whole. Stay close, Amir commanded, dragging me back into the fray. The tension coiled tighter, a noose around our collective throats. We reached the docks, and my heart stuttered. The ships were there, dark and sinister, their sails billowing like specters in the night. They whispered secrets, promises of gold and glory, but beneath it all was a current of danger, a siren song that lured the desperate and the brave. Amir turned to Layla, desperation etched into every line of his face. We need to unite the traders. We'll form an alliance. We'll show them we are not weak. His words hung in the air, a fragile bridge between hope and despair. But Layla shook her head, tears brimming like fragile glass. And if they don't stand with us? What then, Amir? What if we are swallowed whole by the very sea we once relied upon? Her voice cracked, and I felt the weight of her words, the truth of it all. The tides had shifted, and the world we knew was slipping away, replaced by a reality that felt foreign and terrifying. A sudden shout split the night, and I turned, eyes wide as shadows began to move. Figures appeared, emerging from the depths of darkness, cloaked in malice and greed. Their intentions were as clear as the moonless sky. They were here to claim what they believed was rightfully theirs. The air crackled with tension, thick as a storm cloud, and I felt every heartbeat, every breath, a countdown to chaos. The scene unfolded like a grotesque dance, a flurry of movement and sound that threatened to drown us. Anguish, betrayal, fear, these were the notes of our chaotic symphony. And as I stood among them, I remembered the whispers of the past, the ghosts of those who had come before us, their dreams shattered like glass beneath the weight of ambition. Amir! I screamed, but the words were lost in the tempest of despair. I was swept away by the tide of chaos, the darkness rising around us, threatening to engulf us whole. And in that moment, with the world spinning like a dervish, I understood the price of survival, the cost of ambition, and the haunting truth that lingered between despair and hope. The night deepened, the air thick with the promise of violence, and I was left teetering on the edge of a precipice, caught between the shadows of the past and the uncertain light of a future that felt impossibly out of reach. The Red Sea was more than just water, it was a crucible, a test of spirit, and we were but players in a game where the stakes were life and death. And as the darkness closed in, I knew this was only the beginning. The air crackled, a charged breath held tight in the throat of the city. In the heart of the night, a storm brewed, a tempest of shadowy whispers and flickering torchlight. I stood in the courtyard, where the ancient stones were slick with rain and blood, the moon a ghostly eye watching over the chaos. The echoes of hurried footsteps reverberated through the damp air, a frantic rhythm that matched the surging pulse in my chest. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter, as I glanced at Lyra, her porcelain face marred by streaks of soot and despair. Her deep-set eyes were twin pools of anguish, pleading for answers that none could provide. We were standing on the edge of an abyss, the political landscape crumbling like the very walls that surrounded us. The throne, once a symbol of power, had become a seat of treachery, a magnet for vultures. "Do you think he'll come?" Lyra's voice quivered, a whisper barely cutting through the night's dense silence. I wanted to tell her the truth, that the man we both loved, the one who had promised change, was now ensnared in the web of his own ambition. But how could I shatter her fragile hope? Instead, I turned my gaze toward the distant horizon, where the flickering lights of the castle shone like stars in a dying galaxy, each one a reminder of the power struggles that raged within those walls. I remember the first time I met him, the way his laughter danced in the halls, a melody that cut through the gloom of our lives. Elias was more than a prince, he was a beacon amidst the darkness, a promise of something greater. But a promise is only as strong as the man who makes it, and now that promise felt like ashes in my throat. The people were restless, their dreams crushed beneath the weight of betrayal. I could almost hear their voices rising in a chorus of anger, a collective heartbeat echoing the fear that gripped our city. "Lyra, listen," the word stumbled out, heavy with the burden of my own doubts. But before I could finish, the ground shook with the sound of distant hooves. Panic surged within me. Was it allies racing to our aid, or foes ready to claim their prize? The tension wrapped around us like a noose, choking every rational thought from my mind. "Stay close," I commanded, and we pressed together, two souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty. I felt her heartbeat against my arm, a steady pulse that grounded me, even as the winds howled like banshees, echoing my internal chaos. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall, imposing, shrouded in darkness. It was Marcus, Elias's closest confidant and, as it turned out, his most dangerous enemy. His eyes glimmered with a cold, calculating hunger, a predator sizing up its prey. I could hardly breathe as he stepped closer, the air thick with the scent of betrayal. "Where is he?" Marcus demanded, voice dripping with venom. "I know he's here." "Why do you care?" I spat, anger igniting my fear. "You turned your back on him when he needed you most." The words felt like daggers, but they were also a plea, a desperate attempt to pierce through the fog of destruction that surrounded us. Marcus smirked, a cruel twist on his lips. He was weak. This kingdom needs strength, a ruler who knows how to wield power. The shadows danced around him, making his silhouette look like a demon rising from hell. My heart raced as I recalled the stories of our ancestors, of leaders who had fallen to the same darkness that now threatened to consume Elias. Would he succumb to that hunger, or would he rise above it? Just then, a scream shattered the night, raw and primal. My blood turned to ice. It was a sound that cut through all pretense of safety. The streets were alive, pulsing with chaos, as the weight of our choices began to crash down like thunder. I felt Lyra's grip tighten around my hand, her fear mingling with mine, forming an unbreakable bond of dread. "Stay here," I urged, but even as I said it, I knew I wouldn't be able to leave her side. The ghosts of our past loomed large, memories of laughter and dreams now haunted by the specters of betrayal and ambition. The moonlight cast elongated shadows, twisting our fears into grotesque shapes, each one a reminder of what we stood to lose. Then came the ringing of steel, a clash that resonated with the cries of the restless. I turned, and time seemed to stretch, the world around me fading into a blur of color and sound. The battleground was set, and I could almost see the threads of fate intertwining before my eyes, a tapestry woven from blood, ambition, and heartbreak. I remember the moment Elias stepped into view, his armor glinting like a dying star. He was a vision of strength, but his eyes betrayed a storm raging within. I saw the weight of the crown pressing down upon him, each heartbeat echoing the cries of his people. In that instant, I realized we were on the precipice of a decision that would change everything. "Elias!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. But he didn't hear, lost in the whirlwind of his own making, unaware of the destruction swirling around him. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment when everything would shatter, and the pieces would scatter into the abyss. Will he choose power over us? Over what we believed in? I wondered, the question spiraling around in my mind like smoke. Lyra's eyes were wide, filled with fear and anticipation, as we stood together, two souls tethered by love and heartbreak, unsure of what tomorrow would bring. As the night deepened, the echoes of our past mingled with the whispers of our future, a cacophony of uncertainty that wrapped around us like an unshakable shroud. The weight of our choices hovered in the air, thick and suffocating, each heartbeat a reminder of the storm that was about to break, our lives teetering on the edge of an abyss, with the shadows of betrayal lurking just behind us. The sky hung like a heavy curtain, shrouded in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant rumble of 1,000 hearts beating like war drums. I remember the day the shadows crept closer to the holy cities, their black cloaks billowing like ominous clouds swirling above, each whisper of wind carrying the weight of impending doom. I stood there, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, so raw and alive, it was as if the ground itself could sense the dread creeping in. Zahir stood beside me, his face a mask of resolve, yet his eyes betrayed him, glistening with the ghosts of his fears. The Mamluk general, hardened by battles fought in sun-scorched sands and blood-soaked nights, faced a storm bigger than anything he had ever seen. "They think we are mere shadows," he murmured, almost to himself. "But shadows can swallow the light." I could see the weight of his sword, resting at his side, as if it too felt the gravity of the moment. The lives of countless souls hung in the balance. And then there was Layla, a healer with hands as gentle as a dove's wings, yet strong enough to stitch the wounds of war. She stood in the corner, her fingers trembling, brushing against the meticulously arranged herbs that smelled of hope and despair. "I can't save everyone," she whispered, her voice thick with the ache of unfulfilled promises. Her eyes darted to Zahir, then back to the ground, where the earth seemed to quake with the fear of what was to come. The sun dipped low, drowning the horizon in a fiery red, a warning that sent shivers down my spine. The Mamluks, fierce warriors forged in the heat of conflict, were a raw force of history. Yet, here, at this precipice, they were vulnerable, just like us. Each soldier, each general, bore the weight of their past. Their bodies were maps of scars, but their souls pulsed with the hope of a future that felt so fragile, it could shatter like glass. I remember the sounds, the clash of steel, the cries of the wounded. They haunted us, echoing through the corridors of our minds. "You carry the heart of the city on your shoulders," Zahir once said to me, a ghost of laughter mixed with sorrow in his voice. "But it's heavy, isn't it?" It was heavy. The city, with its magnificent domes and sacred stones, whispered tales of devotion and destruction. I had walked its streets, felt its pulse beneath my feet. The Mamluks were its guardians, defenders of faith and flesh. But every heartbeat carried a reminder: the armies that approached were relentless, like a tide that wouldn't recede. The night cloaked us, wrapping the world in a velvet darkness, the stars watching like old souls, witnessing our every struggle. We gathered, a motley crew of warriors and dreamers, united by a singular purpose: to protect what the world deemed sacred. Zahir's voice cut through the silence, strong and commanding. "We fight not only for ourselves. We fight for the dreams of those who cannot." His words ignited a fire within us, and I could feel it, an electric thrill, an unbreakable bond. Layla looked at me, her gaze a mixture of fear and fierce determination. "Promise me," she said, her voice trembling, "promise me you'll come back." I nodded, though the uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud. The first clash came with a ferocity that stole our breath away. Horses galloped, hooves pounding against the cobblestones, matching the rhythm of our racing hearts. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, a wild, intoxicating rush. Fear was no longer distant, it roared in my ears, drowning out everything but the primal instinct to survive. Zahir fought alongside his men, a lion among wolves, he soared a flash of silver in the night. I watched him, each swing a declaration of defiance against the encroaching darkness, each step a testament to the strength he had forged through adversity. The weight of the city was upon him, yet he bore it with grace, with a fierce love that made me want to scream, to cry, to reach out and touch the raw essence of what we were fighting for. But the battle was brutal, each clash, each breath, a reminder of how fragile life could be. Layla's healing hands were now stained with blood, her heart racing as she rushed to save the fallen. I could see the terror in her eyes as the cries of the wounded engulfed us, drowning her dreams in a sea of despair. "I can't lose you," she called out, her voice a haunting melody, echoing in my chest. I remember the moment when the tide turned, the darkness becoming palpable, the shadows stretching as if to engulf us whole. Zahir fell, a flash of red against the stone, his body crumpling like a broken doll. My heart stopped. Time became an abyss, stretching endlessly as I raced toward him, desperation clawing at my throat. Layla was there, her hands trembling as she knelt beside him, eyes wide with horror. "Stay with us, Zahir," she urged, her voice shaking like fragile glass. Each word was a lifeline, yet I knew, deep down, that the threads of fate were unraveling. The battle raged on around us, but in that moment, everything else faded, leaving only the three of us, caught in a fragile web of grief and hope. With every heartbeat, the city trembled. The walls around us echoed the cries of the fallen, a symphony of despair and courage, stitched together by the resolve of those who would not yield. We were caught between the weight of our past and the uncertainty of our future, and it was terrifyingly beautiful. I remember Zahir's eyes meeting mine, a flicker of fire amidst the encroaching darkness. "Protect them," he whispered, the words cracking like fragile glass. And in that moment, I understood the true meaning of the fight. The city was not just stone and mortar, it was a living entity, a tapestry of dreams woven together by a myriad of souls. And as the battle raged on, I stood there, feeling the echoes of history wrap around me, binding my heart to the sacred ground beneath my feet, the weight of destiny pressing down. The Mamluks were more than soldiers, they were the embodiment of hope, of love, of sacrifice. And as I looked to Layla, our eyes locked in silent understanding, I sensed that even in the face of darkness, we would not falter. The shadows might engulf us, but our hearts would blaze like stars igniting the night, a promise that echoed into the abyss, and time itself felt suspended, poised on the edge of a knife, waiting for the dawn. I remember the night of the storm, the sky swirling like ink blotted across parchment, heavy with a tension that crackled in the air. The light flickered in the dimly lit chamber, shadows dancing on the walls as my heart raced. That was the night I met Hannah, her dark eyes fierce, defiance etched on her brow. She stood there, a fragile silhouette against the backdrop of chaos, clutching her books like talismans against the encroaching darkness. "They'll come for us," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. The weight of her words hung between us, thick and suffocating. I remember the way she breathed, sharp, ragged, each inhale a desperate plea for hope, every exhale a reminder of the world outside, a world where the Mamluks ruled, where power corrupted, where the echoes of law clashed violently with the cries of the oppressed. I was but a scribe, a mere shadow in the grand tapestry of Islamic scholarship, yet there she was, a bold flame against the winds of fate, her spirit igniting something within me. Across the room stood Amir, my closest friend, his brow furrowed in anguish. He was lost within his own tempest, caught in an endless spiral of doubt, a man who had devoted his life to the study of law, yet felt as though the very foundations he built his beliefs upon were crumbling to dust. "What is justice?" he lamented, "when the law bends under the weight of tyranny?" His voice was a guttural growl, a plea to the heavens, one I could feel in my bones, resonating like the tolling of a distant, mournful bell. In those days, the Mamluks were both rulers and scholars, a duality that gnawed at my insides. They wielded power with an iron fist, yet they crafted laws with the delicate precision of a master artisan. The irony was bitter, like the taste of ash. I remembered the courtyards of Cairo, where the sun dripped golden upon marble stones, yet shadows lurked in every corner, whispering secrets of injustice. The Mamluks, with their fierce warriors and their scholarly elation, were both gods and demons, and we were trapped in their world of contradiction. The night grew darker as Hannah spoke of the future, her words a lifeline thrown into the turbulent sea of my uncertainty. If we can preserve the teachings, if we can protect the wisdom of scholars like Al-Ghazali and Ibn Khaldun, perhaps we can change the tides. Her voice held a promise that danced on the precipice of hope. Yet, I could see the fear lurking behind her confidence, the haunting spectre of failure. Then, as if summoned by our fervent desire, the door burst open, flooding the room with cold air. Shadows surged in, cloaked figures cloaked in the weight of authority. My heart plummeted. "You speak of rebellion," their leader spat, eyes glinting like shards of glass. It was a warning, a threat wrapped in the guise of inquiry. Amir's breath hitched, he clenched his fists, a tempest brewing within him. "We speak of justice," he declared, his voice a weapon. I could feel the tremors of his resolve, a fragile thing poised on the edge of a blade. "No," The figure replied, his voice a low growl, "You speak of dissent." The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt as though it could be sliced. I could see Hannah's resolve flicker, fear danced in her eyes, but it was not enough to extinguish her fire. "If we do not challenge the injustices, we become complicit," she said, her voice trembling yet fierce, a defiance that sent shivers down my spine. The figure shifted closer, the scent of damp earth and iron filling the room, a reminder of the violence that brewed just beyond the walls. "And what will you do when they come for you?" the leader hissed, his breath hot against the chill of the air. The question hung heavy, a noose tightening around our hearts. I remember the moment Amir erupted, voice breaking like glass. "We will fight! For every student silenced, for every scholar lost." His passion ignited a fire within me, but it was also a cry of desperation. Was it courage or madness? The lines blurred, and the shadows danced closer, ready to consume us whole. As the confrontation escalated, I felt a pang of loss for the world we had once known, a realm where ideas flowed freely like water, nourishing the deserts of ignorance. The Mamluks, with their complex legacy, had built a bridge between the past and the future, yet they were also architects of despair. Their contribution to Islamic law was a double-edged sword, cutting deep, leaving scars that would never fade. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Hannah, her determination unfaltering, and in that moment, I understood the power of knowledge, the elixir that could both uplift and destroy. The Mamluks had gifted us a legacy, a foundation of jurisprudence that could either bind us or set us free. It was the very essence of our conflict, a battle not just for survival but for the soul of a civilization. I remember the echoes of our voices mingling with the howling wind, a tapestry of fear and hope woven tightly together. The confrontation reached its zenith, and I could feel the ghosts of the past surrounding us, the specters of those who had come before. I stood at the precipice of a choice, teetering between the urge to flee and the fiery call to stand firm. And so, we faced the darkness together, three souls intertwined, woven together by the threads of scholarship, law, and rebellion. The night was alive with the weight of the cosmos, and I realized that this was not merely a struggle against the Mamluks, it was a battle for truth itself, an eternal dance between light and shadow, knowledge and ignorance. As the storm raged on, I felt the pulse of history thrumming through us, an endless cycle of conflict and resolution. The echoes of our defiance would ripple through time, a haunting melody that would transcend the ages. We were not just advocates of the past but warriors for the future, each heartbeat a promise, each breath an affirmation of our existence. In that moment, with shadows creeping closer and the storm still raging, we stood unyielding, ready to confront whatever came next. The Mamluks may have wielded power, but we wielded knowledge, a flame that could not be extinguished. And as the night stretched on, I understood we were just beginning. The night was a thick tapestry of shadows, woven tight with the whispers of 1,000 unspoken fears. A child's cry pierced the darkness, a chilling sound that echoed through the narrow alleys of Cairo, where cobblestones steeped in history glistened with the blood of betrayals and broken promises. The Mamluks, fierce and proud, were a storm on the horizon, and the air crackled with anticipation, a tangible weight that hung over the city. I remember the way the wind howled like a restless spirit, carrying with it the scent of smoke and the distant thrum of anxious hearts. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird, watching as the flames flickered ominously, casting restless shadows that danced upon the walls. A figure emerged from the flickering light, a woman, fierce and desperate. Fatima had fire in her eyes, and the world around her was about to ignite. "Get inside," she screamed, her voice a whip crack against the night, as if she could slice through the tension that wrapped around us like a noose. I knew that look, it had been etched into her being since the Mamluks had swept into town like a dark tide, their armor gleaming with authority, their presence a constant reminder of our vulnerability. She had lost too much already, a brother, a home, a sense of safety. What was left but a heart full of rage? I remember the way she clutched her younger brother, Yusef, his small body quaking against her. He was 5, but in a world drowned in violence, he wore the weight of an adult on his tiny shoulders. "Fatima, I'm scared," he whimpered, clinging to her like a lifeline. That innocence shattered me. The Mamluks were not just an army, they were clouds of uncertainty that cast shadows over futures, darkening the dreams of children like him. "Sure, Yusef. We'll be all right." "Keep quiet," she whispered, but her voice trembled, fraying at the edges. The truth was like a knife, sharp and merciless. We weren't sure if we would be. The Mamluks had divided the world between conquerors and the conquered, and we were the latter, caught in the web of their ambition and brutality. As the footsteps approached, heavy and deliberate, the air thickened with the weight of dread. I could feel it in my bones, the unsaid words, the heartbeats of those who dared to resist. The Mamluks were not merely soldiers, they were specters haunting our dreams, and I was a fool for believing we could stand against them. Yet, in that moment, something primal stirred in me. Was it courage? Or was it madness? My heart raced, a drumroll of impending doom. Then, a shout rang through the night, a command, a guttural sound that set the shadows shivering. The Mamluks were here. They moved like shadows themselves, their faces hidden behind the dark veils of their helmets. Everything felt surreal, a grotesque play unfolding before my eyes, where the actors wore the masks of death. "Fatima!" I gasped, the name escaping my lips like a prayer. She turned, eyes blazing, and for a heartbeat, I saw the flicker of fear bend toward determination. "We can't stay here," she said, urgency clawing at her throat. "We have to go." But where? The city was a labyrinth of despair. Every alley a potential trap, every corner a lurking threat. I could hear the whispers of ghosts, lost souls begging for release from the shackles of history. They had bathed once a year, I thought absurdly, so yeah, romance was earthy. But this wasn't about romance, it was survival, and even the scent of decay couldn't drown out the perfume of hope that lingered in Fatima's gaze. "Follow me," she said, pulling Yusef close as she began to move. I fell in step behind them, my heart thrumming like a war drum, each beat a reminder that life was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. We darted through the streets, the chaos behind us morphing into a symphony of despair, a cacophony of shouts, the clash of steel, and the cries of the forsaken. Each step was a battle against the rising tide of panic. I remember the faces of the locals, twisted in fear, longing for a savior that would never come. We were all pawns in a game played by mighty kings and warlords, our fate sealed by their whims. "Look!" Fatima hissed, pointing to an archway just ahead, its stones worn by centuries of conflict. It smelled of despair and hope, a bittersweet reminder that even in darkness, there were still places to hide. We ducked inside, silence swallowing us whole, a cocoon of tension that thrummed with the promise of danger outside. The heartbeat of the city thrummed just beyond the walls, a reminder that we were not safe, merely hidden. I could feel the walls pressing in, a tomb of anxiety wrapping around us. "What if they find us?" Yusef whispered, his voice barely a breath. Fatima knelt before him, cupping his face in her hands, her thumb brushing away the tears that glistened like pearls in the dim light. "They won't," she said, but even her voice trembled, weaving a tapestry of lies to protect the fragile thread of hope. "They have bigger targets." Yet, the Mamluks were relentless, their hunger for power all-consuming. I could hear them prowling like wolves outside, their voices a low growl, each word a promise of violence. "Every day, it gets worse," I murmured, my thoughts spiraling. "They believe they own us." Fatima's eyes met mine, the fire within them flickering, igniting a shared understanding. "Not if we fight back," she said, her voice cracking like the earth before an earthquake. "Not if we remember who we are." And in that moment, something shifted. The shadows that had haunted us morphed into specters of rebellion. The fear began to twist, transforming into a raw, potent energy. We were caught in a relentless tide, and the confrontation was inevitable. Together, I breathed, and Fatima grinned, a fierce spark igniting her spirit. Yusef nodded, determination blooming against the backdrop of their shared terror. The city outside pulsed with tension, the air thick with dread and promise. The Mamluks would come, but we would not cower. The time for silence was over, the echoes of our fight would reverberate through the ages, a haunting melody that could not be silenced. As the night deepened, we readied ourselves for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of our world. The darkness was not just a void, it was a canvas upon which our destinies would be painted, messy and chaotic, filled with the colors of our resilience. With hearts pounding like war drums, we would face the shadows. We were not alone, the city breathed with us, alive with the restless souls who had come before. This was our moment, a spark in the night, a flicker of defiance that would illuminate the path ahead. And as the first rays of dawn began to pierce the darkness, I could feel the tide turning, an unstoppable wave of humanity rising to reclaim what had been stolen. The Mamluks may have come as conquerors, but they would leave as echoes in the wind. In the heart of the bustling port of Alexandria, the air crackled with tension, heavier than the scent of salt and spices. Sailors shouted, their voices punctuating the chaos like cannon fire, as cargo ships groaned under the weight of silks and spices, treasures from lands that kissed the horizon. I remember the urgency in their eyes, a wild desperation echoing through the throng. The Mamluks, fierce and unwavering, stood sentinel over this frenzy, their dark silhouettes cutting sharp against the sun-bleached stones of the dock. I remember Zaid's face, a canvas of determination painted with streaks of sweat. He was a Mamluk, one of the enslaved warriors turned rulers, and in that moment, his heart raced with the pulse of the city. What haunted him were not the whispers of rebellion brewing in the streets, but the agonizing choice between loyalty to his brothers in arms and the throbbing ache of yearning for a life untouched by bloodshed. His fingers brushed the hilt of his sword, a reminder of the life he had chosen, yet in the shadows of his mind lingered the ghost of the life he had left behind. And then there was Layla, a merchant's daughter with dreams that sparkled like the jewels she peddled. Her laughter was a melody, a stark contrast to the clangor of the port. But beneath that laughter lay a tempest, her heart caught in the web of trade and treachery. She watched the Mamluks, their strong forms moving with fluid precision, and she couldn't help but feel a magnetic pull towards one in particular. Zaid. The weight of her family's expectations pressed down like a vice, squeezing out the breath of freedom she longed for. Each glance they shared was a silent plea, an unspoken promise that both thrilled and terrified her. I remember the moment the tide turned. A shout erupted from the far end of the dock, the sharp edge of alarm slicing through the air. A rival faction, eyes glinting with malice, charged through the marketplace, intent on claiming the treasures that flowed like blood through the veins of Alexandria. The chaos erupted like a storm, cries of fear mingling with the clash of steel, desperation birthed in the heart of greed. Zaid's instincts kicked in, a soldier forged in fire. He became a whirlwind amidst the chaos, defending the innocent and those who had once been his enemies. With every swing of his sword, he felt the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows as if the very earth mourned for what was about to unfold. I remember the way Layla froze. Her heart pounded in her chest like a drum, a frantic rhythm that echoed the chaos surrounding her. She had come to sell, to barter her family's goods and secure their future, but instead, she found herself at the brink of catastrophe. With the scent of blood mingling with the fragrant spices, she felt a shiver crawl down her spine. Her eyes locked onto Zaid, the fierce guardian, her heart refusing to let him be swallowed by the tide of destruction. And then, in that moment of terror, Zaid caught her gaze. Time slowed, the world around them fading into a blur. In that instant, amidst the clamor and chaos, they were two souls adrift in a tempest. He saw the fear etched on her face, and it ignited a primal instinct, the need to protect not just her life, but the fragile dream they both harbored. The clash of swords, the cries of anguish, it all became background noise, a haunting symphony swelling with intensity. I remember Zaid's breath hitching as he sprinted towards her, a lone figure against the tide. He fought with ferocity, the knowledge of his own purpose surging through him, yet all he could think of was Layla, her safety, her future. He saw shadows flickering in the corners of his mind, the specters of his past whispering doubts. Was he worth saving? Would their world ever allow someone like him to love someone like her? Layla's heart raced, torn between the chaos and the magnetic pull of Zaid's fierce gaze. She reached for the dagger hidden beneath her garments, a relic from a life where she had felt powerless. The irony twisted in her chest. She was the daughter of a merchant, yet here she was, ready to fight for the very man who embodied everything she had been taught to fear. The world spun as she stepped into the fray, the dagger a lifeline to her own agency. With each clash, each scream, the stakes rose higher. I remember Zaid swinging his sword, the arc of it a blur, his movements a dance of death. But even as he fought, the weight of expectation pressed down upon him. He battled for more than just survival. He fought for the sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, he could forge a life where the chains of his past didn't bind him. A life where Layla wouldn't just be a fleeting dream, but a reality he could reach for. Layla thrust her dagger forward, her hand steady, despite the chaos swirling around her. She felt powerful, alive, a fierce tempest of emotion coursing through her veins. In that moment, she was not just a merchant's daughter, she was a warrior, a force of nature willing to carve her own path, willing to fight against the weight of tradition, of expectation. But then, as the storm raged on, shadows gathered, and the battle turned. Zaid, overwhelmed, stumbled against the weight of numbers. I remember the sickening feeling that twisted in my gut as the realization dawned. Time was slipping away, the tide of chaos threatening to drown them both. And just when the darkness threatened to consume the light, their eyes met once again, a fleeting moment amidst turmoil. There, amidst the chaos of clashing swords and the cries of the wounded, unspoken promises lingered between them. They were both trapped in a world that sought to dictate their fate, yet in that moment, they knew love, freedom, and the strength to defy the odds rested not in the hands of fate, but in their own hands. The chaos roared around them, the port of Alexandria a boiling cauldron of conflict, their destinies entwined in a tapestry woven with urgency and fear. The night loomed dark and heavy, yet within its depths, the flickering light of hope dared to shine. Whether it would endure or be snuffed out by the shadows that closed in, only time would tell. But in that sacred moment, in that breathless space, they fought, not just for survival, but for their souls. The sun hung low in the sky, a blood-orange orb sinking into the horizon, an ominous omen, perhaps, or just another day in a dying empire. I stood in the middle of Cairo's bustling streets, the air thick with the scent of spices and the whispers of fading glory. My heart raced, a primal drumbeat echoing against the crumbling walls, as I caught a glimpse of a figure darting through the throngs. It was Zainab, a woman whose fierce spirit once ignited hope in a world clinging to its last breaths. Now, fear shadowed her every move, mirroring the despair that had seeped into the very stones of the Sultanate. I remember, she whispered, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos around her. I remember when the streets echoed with laughter, when the Sultan's voice rang out like a call to arms, not a lament. Each word dripped with the sorrow of lost dreams. She turned, her voice trembling. Now, even the shadows whispered treachery. Not far from Zainab, in the dim light of a tavern, sat Alim. He nursed a cup of watered-down wine that did little to mask the bitterness in his heart. A soldier once, now just another ghost haunting the remnants of a dying legacy, he stared into the depths of his drink as if it held the answers he sought. I remember, he muttered, gripping the table like it was a lifeline. I remember when the Mamluks were feared, when our enemies trembled at the sound of our horses' hooves. His mind danced with memories of Valor, now tarnished by the weight of defeat. The tavern door swung open, a gust of wind carrying with it the scents of smoke and sweat. It felt like a dark omen as a group of soldiers burst in, faces obscured by the shadows, their eyes glinting with malice. The atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension that choked the air. Zainab's breath quickened as she caught Alim's eye across the room, a silent communication that screamed danger. "Stay low," Alim mouthed, his heart pounding like a war drum. The soldiers were searching, hunting for traitors in their midst. Each heartbeat drummed the anthem of dread. The tavern, once alive with the camaraderie of brothers in arms, now felt like a tomb, the laughter silenced by the spectre of betrayal. The soldiers prowled like wolves, their whispers slicing through the dimly lit room. Zainab, the fierce lioness, felt the fire ignite within her. "This isn't how it ends," she hissed, her voice a quiet fury. "Not like this." She remembered her father's tales of the Mamluk glory days, the vibrancy of a nation proud and unyielding. She would not let their story end in shadow. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting a twilight gloom that seemed to seep into souls. Memories of lost loves and shattered dreams intertwined with the present like an intricate tapestry, frayed at the edges. The empire was crumbling, and in its decay, the ghosts of the past emerged, haunting the living. I remember the call to prayer echoing through the city, Zainab murmured, her voice a thread of hope woven through the despair. I remember when we believed we could rise again. But Alim, ever the pragmatist, felt the weight of reality bearing down on him. Belief isn't enough, he said, bitterness spilling from his lips. Hope is a luxury we can't afford. The clock is ticking, and the end is near. Each tick of the clock echoed the heartbeat of a dying empire, a relentless reminder that time waits for no one. The world outside the tavern felt alive, yet so malignant, the cries of the city dimming beneath the weight of impending doom. The soldiers approached, their footsteps heavy, reminding Alim of the battles he had fought, the friends he had lost. The ghosts of his past flickered at the corners of his mind, taunting him. What did we fight for? He whispered to himself, a question that had no answer. Suddenly, the door flew open again, and a figure cloaked in shadows appeared. You! The voice was sharp, cutting through the tension like a dagger. It was Farah, a former ally turned enemy, her eyes ablaze with fury. You've betrayed us, Alim. You've given up. Her words were a poison, twisting like a serpent in Alim's chest. I remember, he shot back, anger igniting within him, when we fought together, when we believed in something greater than ourselves. The emotion surged, a tempest of regret and longing. Memories of laughter and companionship flooded back, a haunting reminder of what had once been. Those days are gone. Farah spat, her voice trembling with rage and sorrow. The Mamluk spirit is dead. You're clinging to ghosts. Zainab stepped between them, her presence a beacon of defiance. No, she exclaimed, her voice rising. We are not ghosts. We are flesh, blood, and hope. We will fight for what remains. The light in her eye sparked a flicker of something forgotten, a unity that had long been fractured. The soldiers paused, their focus shifting toward her, intrigued by the fire in this woman's voice. In that moment, the world outside seemed to hold its breath. Join us! Zainab pleaded, her heart racing as she reached out. Join us to reclaim what we've lost. The confrontation hung in the air, electric with possibility, but it was as fragile as the glass of a forgotten dream. Outside, the city quivered, shadows stretching, whispering secrets of loss and betrayal. The sun finally sank below the horizon, leaving behind a night thick with uncertainty. It felt like the end of an era, yet within that darkness, there was a flicker of defiance, a heartbeat that refused to fade. I remember, Zainab said softly, her voice barely a whisper, that the stars can still shine through the darkest nights. And in that moment, standing at the precipice of despair, the weight of the past settled like a shroud around them, intertwining with the fragile hope of tomorrow. The clock continued to tick, and destiny awaited, lurking in the wings, ready to unleash its fury. The final act was yet to be written, and in that charged atmosphere, the stage was set for a confrontation that would echo through the annals of time. Would they rise from the ashes, or would they be consumed by the very shadows they had fought to escape? The air crackled with tension, thick like the smoke of 1,000 roaring fires. I remember a time when the sun cast golden rays over Cairo, illuminating the grand minarets and bustling bazaars. But that day, shadows loomed over the city as fear seeped into the hearts of its people. A distant rumble, a thunderous cascade of hooves against cobblestones, an omen of the storm to come. Mariam stood at her window, heart racing, pulse thundering in her ears. She was a woman of fierce resolve, but the sight before her was enough to shatter the bravest spirit. Ottoman banners flapped like predatory wings against the dull sky, a harbinger of conquest, a promise of blood. She clutched her infant son, his soft, fragile body nestled against her chest, unaware of the storm gathering outside. Stay safe, little one, she whispered, though the quiver in her voice betrayed her. Stay with me, just a little longer. She could almost hear the clock ticking down, a relentless reminder of time slipping away. Across the city, in the heart of the Sultan's palace, the air was thick with a different kind of tension. Ahmed, the Sultan's trusted advisor, stared at the maps spread across the table, the ink still wet, betraying the furious pace of their preparations. He was a man worn by the weight of loyalty, torn between the love for his home and the responsibilities that chained him to power. Memories of his youth flickered in his mind, the laughter of friends spilling over the rooftops, the taste of sweet dates shared under the stars. Now, they felt like ghosts, memories fading like the dying light of day. This cannot be the end, he muttered, his voice hoarse with desperation. Not like this. Not now. The sun crept lower, casting elongated shadows that twisted around the city like serpents. Mariam could hear the distant clash of swords, the horrific screams that pierced through the air like arrows. She pressed her son closer, her heartbeat mingling with the rhythm of chaos outside. Every cry was a reminder of what was at stake. She could not let fear consume her. She would fight, if only to shield her child from the horrors creeping ever closer. Ahmed's fingers traced the outline of the city on the map, the lines blurring as his thoughts spiraled into the abyss of doubt. "What am I doing?" he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. Each decision he made felt like a betrayal to those he loved, yet he was ensnared by necessity. The ticking clock echoed in his mind, a relentless reminder that time was slipping through his fingers like sand. "By the stars," he breathed, "what have we become?" As night descended, it draped Cairo in a cloak of foreboding darkness. The lanterns flickered weakly, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. In the chaos outside, the ground tremored under the weight of the advancing Ottoman forces. The clash of metal rang like a death knell, a song of despair that echoed through the streets. Mariam peered out, her heart pounding like a caged bird. She could see figures moving, the flash of swords cutting through the gloom, the shadows of men transformed into monsters by the flickering light. "Hold tight, my love," she murmured to her son, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "This city has seen worse. It has survived." But her words felt hollow, an empty echo against the truth that clawed at her insides. The cries of the wounded overwhelmed her heart, a symphony of agony that reverberated through the night. The walls of her home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, and she yearned for freedom, for safety, for the impossibility of a peaceful dawn. Ahmed could feel the weight of despair creeping into his bones as the Ottoman forces surged forward. He had spent his life studying the art of war, yet nothing could prepare him for the sight of his beloved city being ravaged. "We must hold," he shouted, rallying those around him, desperation lacing his words. But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. A cold sweat clung to his brow, the terrifying thought that they were fighting a tidal wave with mere pebbles. Would the ghosts of his memories haunt him as he stood there, sword in hand? Mariam's resolve ignited a fire within her. She stepped away from the window, cradling her son, her heart racing with a newfound determination. "I will not let them take you," she vowed, voice fierce. The shadows outside twisted, and she felt their presence like icy fingers grazing her spine. It was time to act, time to fight against the hand that threatened to snatch away her future. She gathered what little she had, an old dagger, a scrap of fabric, the hope that surged like a pulse within her. The clash grew louder, the night alive with the sounds of war. Ahmed found himself caught in a whirlwind of confusion, chaos swirling around him like a tempest. He raised his sword, but in the corner of his eye, he saw the fear etched on the faces of the soldiers beside him. "Remember why we fight," he shouted, though his own voice trembled. "For our families, for our homes." But the words tumbled from his lips like stones into an abyss. Did they still have the strength to believe? The city that had cradled them, that had whispered its secrets through the ages, was now a battleground, a canvas smeared with blood and despair. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown to oblivion. Mariam pressed forward into the fray, heart pounding, the dagger clutched tightly in her hand. She was no warrior, but she would protect her child, even if it meant becoming something she never thought she could be. The night wore on, a relentless tide of fear and fury crashing against the shores of their world. Time became a ghost, slipping through fingers that clawed at the remnants of hope. Each clash of metal, each scream of anguish, was a reminder that they were trapped in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. And as the dawn began to break, the horizon painted with hues of crimson, Mariam and Ahmed found themselves standing on the precipice of despair, resolute and unyielding. The city of Cairo, with its heart in their hands, hung in the balance, caught between the shadows of the past and the uncertain light of a future yet to unfold. The battle raged on, and their stories intertwined with the fate of a world on the brink, each heartbeat a reminder that history was not merely a record of events, but a tapestry woven from dreams, fears, and the relentless pursuit of survival against the encroaching darkness. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones of Cairo's ancient streets. The air smelled of spices and sweat, of history layered like the dust on the crumbling walls of the Khan el-Khalili. A scream pierced the twilight, echoing off the stone facades, a desperate cry that cut through the thickening night like a blade. It was a moment suspended, time crackled with tension, holding its breath as if waiting for the inevitable collapse. Yasmin stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest like a war drum. She hadn't meant to scream, she was just running, stumbling through the chaotic throng of the market, haunted by the ghosts of her ancestors. They whispered to her in the wind, their shadows flickering at the corners of her vision, urging her to remember. But remember what? The Mamluks? The ruthless warriors who had carved empires from blood and betrayal? Or the blood that still stained the cobblestones, a reminder of their legacy, a legacy that was as much hers as it was theirs. In that frantic moment, she spotted Omar. He was tall, too tall, with eyes that held storms and secrets. He was a soldier, no, a warrior, haunted by the weight of his own past. The Mamluks were not just stories in dusty books to him, they were a part of his very being, a lineage that dictated every breath he took. As he charged toward her, his face twisted in a mask of determination and fear, Yasmin felt the world around her blur. The market faded, the spices turned sour, and all that existed was the two of them, spiraling toward an unseen confrontation. I remember, she gasped, the tales of their brutality, how they ruled with an iron fist. But there were dreams too, Omar. Dreams of unity, of strength. Do you remember the stories our grandmothers whispered under the stars? Dreams, he spat, his voice raw and jagged. Those dreams died in the blood-soaked sands. The Mamluks were tyrants, Yasmin. They cared for nothing but power, and we are cursed to inherit that darkness. As they stood beneath the eerie glow of the lanterns, flickering like memories on the brink of fading, Yasmin felt the weight of centuries pressing down on her. She could almost see the silhouettes of the Mamluks, clad in their armor, riding through the streets with the ferocity of thunder. They were legends and nightmares, and she felt their presence in her bones. But she also felt the pulse of something else, a yearning for a different legacy, a chance to rewrite history. What if we could change it, she whispered, tears pooling in her eyes. What if we could rise above their shadows? Omar's gaze softened for a heartbeat, and in that moment, the world around them transformed. The bustling market faded away, replaced by a sepulchral silence. They were no longer in Cairo but in a dreamscape swirling with memories. The night sky was a tapestry of stars, each one a glimmer of hope. But how? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling with desperation. A breeze rustled through the air, carrying with it the scent of jasmine, sweet, intoxicating, like the fleeting moments of joy that punctuate life's agony. Yasmin closed her eyes, reaching out to the stories of the past, the blood-soaked tales that could either bind them or set them free. We have to remember both sides, she urged. The glory and the horror. They are intertwined, just like us. They stood there, two souls caught in a tempest of conflicting legacies, their breaths mingling with the night air, heavy, laden with fear and longing. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting as their hearts raced in a rhythm only they could hear. They could feel the pull of their ancestors, the urge to honor them by confronting the truths that lay buried beneath centuries of dust. A distant rumble broke the spell, a reminder of the world outside their dreams. The past was alive, it was breathing, and it was restless. Yasmin could sense the pulse of Cairo beneath her feet, the heartbeat of a city that had seen empires rise and fall, blood spill, and dreams shatter. We have to be the ones to heal it, she said, a fire igniting in her chest. This city, this history, it lives through us. We can forge new paths. But Omar hesitated, the shadows of doubt creeping back into his eyes. And what if we fail? What if we're just chasing phantoms? Then we chase phantoms together, she cried, gripping his hand with fierce determination. We owe it to them, to us, to try. In the silence that followed, they heard the whispers of the past, the echoes of the Mamluks who had fought and bled for their place in history. Their triumphs and their tragedies wrapped around Yasmin and Omar, binding them together in a web of ancestry and ambition. Time shifted again, and the world reasserted itself, cries of vendors, laughter of children, the essence of life swirling around them like a dance. They were grounded in the present, yet forever entwined with the legacies of those who had come before. They were not just two individuals, they were a bridge between the past and the future, aching to forge a new narrative from the remnants of history. As they moved through the thrumming streets, side by side, the weight of the Mamluks clung to them like a second skin, heavy, suffocating, yet bursting with potential. Their hearts beat as one, resonating with the pulse of a city that had always been more than just a backdrop to their struggles. Cairo was alive, a living testament to the battles fought and the dreams forged amidst the chaos. The finality of their confrontation loomed, an unresolved tension hanging in the air like an unfinished symphony. They were caught in a loop, a cycle of history that refused to let go. But together, they would embrace it. Together, they would ignite the flame of change, knowing that the shadows of the Mamluks would always linger, whispering their truths as they stepped boldly into the future. The night deepened, and the stars shimmered above, a promise of what could be, a reminder that legacies are never truly buried, they merely await the brave to rewrite them. The city swelled with the clamor of swords clashing against shields, a heartbeat of chaos throbbing in my ears. Darkness pooled in the alleyways, shadows flickering like the souls of those who had fallen, and I could taste the iron tang of fear in the air. It was an ordinary day on the surface, a tapestry of merchants, beggars, and scholars, but beneath it throbbed an undercurrent of dread. The Mamluks, the enigmatic sultans born of the very dust we stood upon, were rising again, their legacy etched into the hearts of the city's denizens. I felt a pull, an invisible thread tugging me closer to the heart of this chaos. My fingers brushed against the cool stone of the walls, tracing the history that lay dormant within. And there it was, Yasmin, her doe-like eyes reflecting the flickering torches, a mix of determination and despair painting her features. She was a warrior in her own way, fighting against a tide of expectations that threatened to drown her. I remember how she stood, shoulders squared, ready to confront the shadows that whispered her name. It was not just the streets that trembled, it was within me that the tremors began, a gnawing reminder of my own insignificance amidst a history that felt both vast and suffocating. I remember standing before her, offering what comfort I could, but my words were mere echoes in the tumult outside, lost to the winds of fate. They bathed once a year, I joked, attempting to lighten the heaviness that hung between us, so yeah, romance was earthy. A brief laugh escaped her lips, but I could see the sadness lurking behind her smile. Then there was Zayn, the once magnificent general turned ghost of his former self, haunted by the specters of his past decisions. He had once commanded armies, the very essence of power coursing through his veins, but now he lingered at the edges of our lives, a silent sentinel watching as the world burned. I could hear the bitterness in his voice as he recounted the tales of glory lost, the blood of the Mamluks still staining the ground where his dreams had crumbled. They were slaves once, he muttered, a dark chuckle escaping his lips, and now they carry crowns heavy with the burden of their past. His words hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with meaning, a reminder of how history twisted and turned, binding the powerful to the powerless. The Mamluks, once mere pawns, had risen to dominate our lives, crafting a legacy that would echo through the ages. I could almost feel their presence, phantoms cloaked in silk, eyes glinting with the knowledge of centuries, lurching through the streets, leaving whispers of silk and steel in their wake. They had taken our cities, our hearts, and turned them into grand palaces of paradox, where opulence danced with decay, where dreams of grandeur crumbled into dust. Remember when we thought we could change the world? Yasmin's voice cut through my reverie, a knife to the heart. The world had changed around us, but we remained trapped, puppets caught in the strings of history. Every sword we wielded, every dream we dared to dream, was it all for nothing? She was searching for answers in a stream of thoughts, and I felt the weight of her gaze as if it were a spell anchoring me to this moment. I remember, I whispered, the way the sun once kissed our faces, how we dared to believe in tomorrow. But that tomorrow had become a mere ghost, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The weight of history bore down upon us, choking the air from our lungs, threatening to extinguish the flicker of hope that was our only survival. Then came the crescendo of chaos, the clash of armor and the cries of the wounded. The Mamluks descended upon us, their shadows stretching across the ground like dark memories coming to claim what was theirs. I could see Zayn, once a titan, now merely a man, pull Yasmin close, shielding her from the carnage that threatened to engulf us. "Run," he bellowed, the command raw and desperate, reverberating in my chest like a drum pounding the call to arms. But what was the point of running? I felt it in my bones. The Mamluks were woven into the fabric of our existence. Each gasp of breath echoed their names, each heartbeat resonated with their legacy. We could not escape them. They were our history, our blood, our future. I could see Yasmin's fear morphing into resolve, a flame igniting within her as she grasped a nearby weapon, her heart dancing on the precipice of defiance. "Never forget who we are," she shouted, her voice breaking through the din of chaos, filling the air with a fierce light. I watched her charge forward, a silhouette against the abyss, and my heart surged with a mixture of pride and terror. I wanted to follow, to shield her from the shadows, but my feet felt like lead, anchored to the weight of history. I remember Zayn's fierce eyes meeting mine, and in that moment, we shared an understanding that transcended words, a silent pact etched in the marrow of our souls. The Mamluks were not just conquerors or historical markers, they were the ghosts of our ambitions, the echoes of our failures. To fight them was to confront ourselves, to tear back the veil and expose the raw sinew of our collective grief. The ground trembled again, and the air was thick with the scent of despair and determination. I could feel the pulse of time pressing against my chest, each tick of the clock a reminder that choices would be made, destinies forged in this crucible of chaos. And as the shadows loomed larger, I knew deep within that history would repeat itself, a cycle of triumph and tragedy, forever intertwining our fates with those who came before. Remember, Zayn's voice, a haunting whisper, echoed in my mind, pulling me deeper into the fray. Remember the Mamluks, their ghosts will always linger, shaping who we become. And as the clash of steel rang in my ears, I understood, this battle was as much about us as it was about them. The Mamluks were not just figures in a tale, they were the essence of our struggle, our courage, our relentless fight against the darkness threatening to consume us all. So we stood, on the precipice of history, ready to confront those shadows, knowing that the whispers of the past would always guide our steps. The world spun on, an unbroken cycle of despair and hope, and as we faced the storm together, I felt the heart of our story beat stronger, a rhythm entwined with the legacy of the Mamluks, ours to inherit, ours to redefine. The air was thick, almost electric, crackling with unspoken dread. Shadows danced ominously on the stone walls of the Sultan's palace, flickering like ghosts caught between realms. Somewhere outside, a cry pierced the evening silence, raw and anguished, a desperate plea that echoed down the cobblestone streets, blending with the rustling of the palm trees, their leaves trembling as if they, too, sensed the impending doom. I remember standing there, my heart racing, as the weight of history pressed down upon me, a weight so heavy it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. In the dark corners of my mind, the images flooded back, an army marching, swords glinting menacingly under the sickly moonlight, and the scent of iron tainting the air, a reminder of blood spilled and lives shattered. I remember the faces of those caught in the storm of ambition, three souls intertwined in this grand tapestry of power and betrayal. There was Malik, the fierce warrior whose heart burned with the desire for honor, yet whose hands were stained with the very blood he sought to protect. He was a lion, fierce and flawed, roaring against the tide of fate, his soul at war with itself. Then, there was Amina, the clever strategist, her mind sharper than the blades of the soldiers she commanded. She wore her ambition like armor, but beneath that steel exterior lay vulnerability, a fear that whispered to her in the dead of night, that she might never be enough, that her victories would be hollow echoes in the vast halls of history. And finally, the ghost of Harun, the old sultan whose once mighty presence was now reduced to mere whispers and shadows, a spectre who roamed the corridors of his fading empire. The weight of his choices lay heavy on his shoulders, a burden that threatened to crush him like the very walls that surrounded him. As the clock struck midnight, a solemn knell echoed through the palace, pulling us back into the moment, a reminder that time was running out. Malik's hands trembled as he gripped his sword, the metal cool against his skin, a stark contrast to the heat of battle that lay ahead. He could feel the weight of the past pressing against him, the choices he made, the lives he altered, spinning him deeper into the web of fate. "I fight for honor," he shouted, but his voice cracked, filled with uncertainty. Honor? What did that even mean when the streets were stained with blood, and the cries of the innocent rang in his ears? Amina stood beside him, her mind racing, plotting their path through the chaos. "We need to move, now," she urged, her voice a whip crack of urgency. She felt the air thrum with peril, the tension coiling tighter around them, squeezing until it bordered on suffocation. "They're coming for us, Malik! We can't let them take what we've built." But even as she spoke, doubt gnawed at her insides, a relentless beast that threatened to consume her. I remember the moment Harun appeared, a ghostly figure cloaked in memories and regrets, his presence a chilling reminder of the empire that once was. He reached out with shaky hands, a plea in his eyes, "Save them. Save my legacy." His voice trembled, fragile as the last leaves of autumn, each word hanging in the air like a fragile promise, a desperate hope that someone would remember, would care. Outside, the chaos began to swell, a tidal wave of clashing steel and roaring voices, a cacophony of destruction. It was the sound of history unraveling, the shattering of dreams, as Malik charged into the fray, driven by a raw, primal instinct. I could see his rage igniting like wildfire, burning through the fog of doubt as he fought not just for his life, but for Amina, for the old sultan, for everything that had ever mattered. Fear and fury intertwined within him, a lethal cocktail, intoxicating and debilitating. I remember Amina's heart pounding as she followed him into the maelstrom, adrenaline coursing through her veins like molten fire. She was alive in those moments of chaos, every heartbeat echoing the struggle of her ancestors, every breath a defiance against the night. "We'll not fall here," she vowed silently, and with each step, she felt the weight of history lifting, the ghosts of those who had come before her rallying behind their last stand. But fate is cruel, and the clash of destinies is often a deadly dance. I could see Malik, surrounded, fighting against the tide of men like a lone wolf caught out in a storm, yet the shadows loomed closer, and the weight of defeat pressed upon him, threatening to drag him under. He swung his sword, each movement a desperate prayer. "Not today," he roared, yet the echo of his words felt hollow, reverberating through the silence that followed the storm. And there was Amina, torn between her desire to save him and the doom that hung over them like a guillotine. "Malik," she screamed, her voice breaking, the fear raw and visceral, a knife twisting in her gut. But even as she reached for him, she felt the pulse of history in her veins, the voices of countless women who had fought for their place, who had bled for power and recognition. Would she be another ghost haunting the annals of time, or could she carve out her own legacy amid the ruins? And then the world seemed to slow, the chaos blurring into the background as Malik's eyes met Amina's. In that fleeting moment, they understood each other, and the weight of all they had sacrificed bore down upon them. It was love, it was fear, it was everything. The cosmos seemed to hold its breath as they faced the storm together, hearts beating as one beneath the relentless tide of history. Time rippled and twisted, a cruel master playing its game. The night stretched, and the battle raged on, a tempest of despair and resilience. I remember feeling as if I were watching a celestial dance, the stars above bearing witness to their struggles, to their dreams, to the very essence of what it means to fight for a legacy that may never be claimed. As dawn approached, the shadows crept closer, but within that darkness, a flicker of hope ignited, fueled by the souls of those who dared to dream. And just like that, the weight of history surged forward, a relentless tide pulling them into an uncertain future. No conclusions, no endings, only an eternal fight against the creeping shadows of time, a reminder that the heart of the Mamluk Sultanate beats still, echoing through the ages, an indomitable force weaving through the fabric of contemporary narratives. The corridor loomed, shadows clinging to the cracked stone walls like desperate memories. In the distance, the hollow thud of a war drum echoed, an ominous heartbeat, quickening with each pulse. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and anxiety, as if the very essence of life held its breath, waiting. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me. Each beat whispered the names of those who came before, those who wielded swords with the same conflicted passion I now felt in my gut. I remember the chill of a winter night, dust swirling in the moonlight like lost souls. That's where I met Nazir, with his fierce eyes that held the weight of 1,000 battles, yet reflected a longing, a yearning for something beyond bloodshed. He was a Mamluk, bound by duty and honor, yet haunted by the ghosts of the past. I remember his hands, rough and calloused, gripping the hilt of his sword like a lifeline, as if the steel could somehow shield him from the memories that clawed at his soul. "We're not just warriors," he'd say, his voice a low rumble, haunted by the echoes of fallen comrades. "We are the forgotten children of 1,000 betrayals." And I felt it, the raw truth of his words, resonating in the very marrow of my bones. The Mamluks were not merely soldiers, they were the scorned, the abandoned, rising from the ashes of history, seeking redemption and a place in the sun. Beside him was Layla, fierce and unyielding, with a spirit that could ignite the very air around her. She danced through the chaos of war with a grace that belied the brutality of their reality, a whirlwind of strength and vulnerability. I remember the way her laughter rang out, a stark contrast to the despair that swirled around us like an unending storm. "Life is absurd," she would say, her eyes sparkling with mischief even in the face of despair. "Why not laugh at its ridiculousness?" But beneath that laughter, a tempest brewed, her heart torn between loyalty to the brotherhood of the Mamluks and an insatiable desire for freedom. She often spoke of dreams that painted the skies with colors unseen, where warriors were not shackled by duty, but soared like eagles above the constraints of their past. As the war drums thudded ominously, I felt the tension escalate, a crackling energy that made my skin prickle. The city of Cairo, sprawling and ancient, seemed to hold its breath, the very buildings whispering secrets of the past, witnessing the rise and fall of kingdoms. The streets, once filled with vibrant life, echoed now with the sound of impending conflict. I remember the moment the sky darkened, a curtain of clouds descending upon us like a shroud. Nasir stood tall, his silhouette framed against the lightning-struck horizon. "This is our moment," he declared, determination radiating from him, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "We fight not just for power but to reclaim our lost honor." Yet that honor felt like a blade, sharp and unforgiving, poised to cut deeper than flesh. I could see in Layla's eyes the flicker of fear, the haunting question, would fighting for honor mean losing the very essence of who they were? The stakes rose with every heartbeat, every breath heavy with unspoken fears and desires, the clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation. As the battle began, chaos erupted around us, a symphony of clashing steel and cries of anguish. I was swept into the maelstrom, each clash of swords a reminder of the fragility of life. I remember the faces, twisted in rage and fear, each one a testament to the human spirit's struggle against its own darkness. I watched as Nasir fought, each move a dance of both grace and desperation, the ghosts of his past warriors swirling around him, his friends, his brothers lost to the unending tides of war. And then, in the eye of the storm, I caught a glimpse of Layla, her laughter transformed into battle cries, her spirit igniting the souls of those around her. She was a force of nature, her resolve unbreakable, and yet I saw the shadows lurking behind her, every swing of her sword a step toward her own self-obliteration. "Do you hear them?" she shouted amidst the clamor, her voice rising above the chaos. "They bleed for us. They bleed for the stories unwritten." There was a madness in her eyes, a fierce defiance that terrified me, yet I felt drawn to it, to the way she embodied everything the Mamluks stood for: defiance, hope, and the unbearable weight of history. In that moment, I realized we were trapped, not just by the enemies that swarmed around us, but by the very choices we had made, the paths we had chosen. Nasir's honor, Layla's dreams, my own obsession with their stories, it all collided in that visceral clash of steel against steel, echoing through the ages. But it was in that fleeting moment of clarity, as blades rained down and the world around us blurred, that I understood the heart of the Mamluks. They were not merely warriors fighting for a cause long forgotten, they were the embodiment of every dream, every hope, and every sacrifice made in the name of love and loyalty. And then, as if in a heartbeat, the storm broke, the clash of war fading into an eerie silence, a moment suspended in time where uncertainty hung thick in the air. I remember looking into Nasir's eyes, where hope flickered like a dying flame, and Layla's fierce spirit encapsulated the weight of 1,000 dreams. The battle was not just about conquest, it was about finding oneself amid the chaos, about the echoes of history that shaped and would continue to shape our very souls. But the shadows loomed, and the war was far from over. As the dust settled, something deeper stirred within me, an insatiable curiosity, a longing to understand the stories that would weave through the fabric of their lives. In that moment, I knew this was just the beginning. The echoes of their struggles, their laughter, and their pain would ripple through time, forever intertwined with the legacy of the Mamluks. The ground trembled beneath us, a whisper of ancient secrets clawing at the surface, as if the earth itself shivered in anticipation. I stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by crumbling stone columns, remnants of a forgotten empire, Dust danced in the air like restless spirits, and for a fleeting moment, time collapsed, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could almost hear their voices, the Mamluks, their laughter echoing in the silence, mocking the living who dare tread upon their legacy. Sana crouched beside a fractured vase, her fingers trembling as they brushed against its surface, the cool, hard clay a stark contrast to the turmoil swirling within her. "Every piece tells a story," she whispered, voice thick with emotion, but as I glanced at her, I knew it wasn't just the artifacts that haunted her. It was the weight of history, the burden of preservation, and the urgency of time slipping through her fingers like sand. She had devoted her life to this, yet here she was, grappling with the shadows of doubt. "Who will remember them if we don't?" she asked, a flicker of desperation in her deep-set eyes. It was a question that clung to the air, thick and suffocating. In that moment, I felt it, too, a gnawing fear that echoed through the ages. Would our efforts to preserve this Mamluk heritage be swallowed by the tide of forgetfulness? Mahmud stood a few paces away, his body rigid, arms crossed tightly against his chest, a fortress of silence. He was a scholar, yet the weight of knowledge had become a shackle. Each word he wanted to speak felt trapped in his throat, choking him like dust in the light. I could see it in the tension of his jaw, the way his eyes flitted nervously around the ruins, as if he were searching for the ghosts of warriors long past, desperate for answers that were never meant to be found. "I remember the tales," he finally said, voice low and haunted, "the glory, the fall. I remember their legacy." But did he? Did he carry it, or was he just a vessel, filled with the echoes of a long-gone past, teetering on the edge of oblivion? I wanted to shake him, to scream that the Mamluks were more than dusty relics, they were spirit, resilience, a tapestry woven through time. But instead, I remained silent, feeling the chasm of our shared uncertainty stretch between us. The sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows that crept and writhed like specters. As night descended, the air thickened with the scent of damp earth and lost dreams. The city around us, once a thriving center of culture and power, now stood still, a ghost town echoing with the laughter of children who had never known the glory of its past. "They bathed once a year," I joked, trying to lighten the mood. "So yeah, romance was earthy." The nervous chuckle that escaped Mahmud was swallowed by the creeping darkness, an echo of laughter lost in time. "You think it's funny?" Sana snapped, the sharpness of her words a knife's edge. "What about the pestilence? The wars? You see this rubble, and you laugh? They lived and died here, and you make jokes." Her voice cracked, raw with emotion, and I felt the sting of her pain cut deep. She was right, the humor was a mask. Beneath it lay a well of sorrow that threatened to drown us all. "I'm just trying to cope," I replied, the truth tasting bitter on my tongue. "We're all haunted, Sana. They're in our bones, in our blood." But laughter, I hesitated, searching for the right words in the thickening air. Laughter is how we remember them. It's an absurdity that keeps the darkness at bay. But the darkness was already here, lurking in the crannies of our hearts, feeding off our fears and uncertainties. As I turned back to the ruins, a chill crept down my spine. The walls, once vibrant with life, now stood as silent witnesses, guardians of a history that felt both sacred and cursed. The clock of time ticked mercilessly in my mind, seconds slipping away as I pondered our mortality and the fragility of legacy. Mahmud stepped closer to a fragment of stone, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the script etched deep into its surface. "We're fighting against time itself," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "Every attempt to preserve is a battle we may never win." He seemed to fade, a shadow blending into the past, a ghost of his own making. Sana's breath hitched, and I could feel the dam of her resolve cracking. "What if we fail?" she asked, the rawness of her vulnerability laid bare. "What if everything we're doing, it's for nothing?" The question hung heavy, a lead weight in the air, each word a dagger piercing our hearts. "We can't allow that to be the end," I said, the urgency building in my chest. "We owe it to them, to us, to the future. Every artifact we save, every story we tell, it matters. We are the threads that weave the past into the present. We can't let them be forgotten." But even as I spoke, doubt clawed at my mind, echoing in the silence that followed. The shadows thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud, stifling and suffocating. I felt the echoes of the Mamluks, their laughter, their pain, whispering in the night. They were here, in the ruins, in the air we breathed. They would not be silenced, not while we still fought to remember. Then, as if on cue, a distant sound, a low rumble, shook the ground beneath us, a reminder that their legacy was not just buried in stone but pulsing beneath our feet, alive and restless. I glanced at Sana and Mahmud, their faces pale, fear etched in every line. The moment hung, taut and electric, charged with the weight of what we were about to confront, what we could either protect or lose forever. That tension, that unfathomable urgency, wrapped around us as we stood, rooted to the spot, the shadows bearing witness to our resolve. We were not just characters in a story, we were custodians of history, caught in the relentless grasp of time, fighting against the inevitable. And with that, we took a collective breath, ready to dive into the abyss of our shared fate, knowing that every heartbeat echoed with the memory of the Mamluks, each moment a step toward either salvation or oblivion. The sun dipped low in the horizon, a crimson bruise against the sky, as the city of Cairo trembled. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the cries of the wounded echoed like a ghostly refrain, a dirge for the fallen. I stood amidst the chaos, heart racing, where the clash of swords sang a deadly lullaby, and each heartbeat was a drumbeat of impending doom. This was not just a battle, it was the pulse of history, a moment crystallized in fear and fury. I remember the faces, oh, those faces, etched with desperation, hope, and a certain wild joy as they clashed against the backdrop of the Mamluk Sultanate. In the heart of this tempest was my brother, Zahir, a warrior forged in the fires of conflict, his eyes aflame with the fervor of a lion. Each swing of his sword was a prayer, each enemy he felled a sacrifice to a god that seemed indifferent to the bloodshed below. I watched him with a mix of awe and terror, feeling as though I were watching a comet streak across the night sky, beautiful, powerful, and destined to burn out. And there, just beyond him, was Layla, the fierce fire of my heart, a woman who danced through the chaos with the grace of a gazelle, yet bore the weight of a world crushed between her shoulders. She was a healer, weaving magic with her hands, her touch both soothing and electrifying. I remember how she pulled me close, breath hot against my ear, whispering secrets of survival amidst the storm, the herbal remedies stashed in her satchel, the tales of the brave who had come before us. Yet, there was a shadow in her eyes, an unspoken fear that gnawed at her spirit. "We cannot let them take what is ours," she said, pointing toward the crumbling palace, the heart of our sultanate, the very throne of power that had once radiated strength but now appeared feeble, shrouded in the smoke of betrayal. I could feel her anguish like a living thing, clawing at her throat, demanding release, demanding justice. The ground shook beneath us, a reminder of the blood-soaked history that soaked into the very stones of our city. I felt it, the weight of it, the centuries of Mamluk triumphs and tragedies, a tapestry woven with threads of honor and betrayal. We were but actors in a play written by the ghosts of our ancestors, echoes of their choices reverberating through time, twisting destinies in ways we could never grasp. Zahir fell, caught in a moment of distraction, a moment that stretched into eternity. I remember the gasps that followed, the sharp intake of breath that silenced the chaos around us. Time fractured like glass, shards of memory danced before my eyes. I could see the child Zahir once was, laughing in the sun, his face illuminated by dreams that now lay in ruins at his feet. The man he had become, a soldier, a brother, a defender of the faith, now crumpling like parchment in the hands of fate. With a roar that rose from the depths of my soul, I surged forward, the primal instinct to protect igniting a fire within me. I gripped my sword, a cold weight in my hand, and charged into the fray, the cries of the wounded blending into a symphony of chaos. "No!" I screamed, a word filled with desperation, a plea to the gods who had turned their backs on us. But my voice was swallowed by the cacophony, leaving only the thud of my heart, the rhythm of a drum that heralded my own impending doom. Layla was there, always there, her presence a balm amidst the carnage. She was a storm of determination, her hands moving deftly, tending to the fallen, giving them solace even as despair clawed at her. I saw her face streaked with blood, her eyes fierce like embers, yet haunted by the specters of those she could not save. "Stay with me," she shouted, pulling me back from the edge of despair. Her hands clasped mine, grounding me, reminding me of the flickering light we fought to protect. But shadows danced at the periphery, whispering of lies and betrayal. The very fabric of our society trembled, threads unraveling into a tapestry of despair. I remember the whispers of dissent, how the Mamluks once roamed proud and unyielding, yet now their unity crumbled like the ruins of a forgotten empire. The myths we had clung to for so long, the valor, the honor, now felt like a cruel joke. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a suffocating embrace that threatened to crush the last remnants of hope. A clash of steel brought me back, the shock of cold metal against warm flesh as I struck down an enemy. Blood pooled at my feet, a grotesque reminder of our shared humanity, and the reality of our struggle sliced through me like a blade. I fought not just for survival, but for the memory of my brother, for Layla, for the echoes of laughter that once filled our streets. A final cry broke the air, Zahir's, echoing through the silence that followed. In that heartbeat, the world seemed to pause, and time folded in on itself. I turned to see him, suspended in a moment caught between life and death, the flicker of defiance in his eyes as he faced the abyss. I reached for him, but the ground trembled again. Power shifted, something ancient and terrifying stirred, the ghosts of the past awakened, hungry for blood, for vengeance. I could taste it on my lips, the metallic tang of fear wrapped tightly around my heart. And then, as if the universe conspired against us, the palace fell, its stones crashing to the ground like thunder. The air thickened, the dust rising like spirits of the damned, swirling around us, blinding us. We were lost in the chaos, silhouettes against a backdrop of crumbling dreams. This was our moment, our reckoning, and I felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing against my chest. I remember the laughter, the love, the loss, and in that swirling darkness, I knew we must rise, must fight against the tide of despair, or be swallowed whole. The battle had just begun, and the echoes of our clash would ripple through time, my heart racing against the march of history, my breath mingling with the remnants of a world teetering on the brink. In that moment, we were alive, and the weight of our choices hung heavy in the air, a promise of what was to come, a cycle that refused to end. The market was a cacophony of voices, a symphony of desperation and ambition amid the chaos. I remember the pungent smell of spices mingling with sweat, the sunlight cutting through the dust of the bustling streets like a sword of clarity. It was here, in the heart of Cairo, where lives were forged and shattered, where the scales of power and poverty tipped with a breath. Amir stood against a wall, shadows clinging to him like a second skin, watching. His heart was a tremor in his chest, a frightened bird seeking refuge. He was a soldier once, but now, he was a ghost in a city that had forgotten him. The fine silk drapes of the wealthy merchants brushed past him, their laughter slicing through his solitude. He was all too aware of the gulf between them, like the chasm between heaven and hell. Each chuckle felt like a nail embedded in his flesh. Nearby, Amina, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, moved with a purpose. She was a servant in a grand household, her hands rough from labor, but her spirit was unyielding. She had dreams woven into her very being, dreams that danced like fireflies in the twilight. But dreams were dangerous in a world where the wealthy feasted while the rest of them starved. She could feel the weight of the city on her shoulders, an invisible crown of thorns that pricked at her resolve. Their lives were entangled in a web of ambition and despair, a tapestry woven with the threads of social stratification. I remember the whispers that threaded through the alleys, tales of the elite feasting in their mansions while the common folk struggled to scrape together a meal. It was a dark comedy, really, a grotesque performance where the stakes were life and death, where laughter turned to bitterness on the tongues of the starving. One night, as the crescent moon hung low, casting its eerie glow over the city, a confrontation simmered. Amir had gathered his courage, a fragile thing, ready to challenge the unjust hierarchy that bound them all. He had seen too many good men fall, too many dreams crushed beneath the weight of oppression. He felt the fire claw at his insides, a desire to shout, to rage against the facelessness of their plight. I remember when we believed in something more, he murmured to himself, as if the words could summon the spirits of all those who had fought before him. Amina caught his eye, and in that moment, everything shifted. The air crackled with unspoken words, the kind that could ignite revolutions. She was tired of serving the whims of the powerful, tired of watching her family suffer while the elite paraded their wealth in gilded carriages. "We are more than this," she implored, a voice a whisper, yet it roared in Amir's ears like a battle cry. The city was alive with secrets that night. It was as if the walls themselves held their breath. A crowd gathered, drawn by the magnetic pull of their discontent. Faces shrouded in shadow flickered with determination, lives illuminated by shared hardship. They stood together, a living testament to the power of unity against the oppressive weight of social stratification. Just as Amir was ready to speak, a figure emerged, a merchant, draped in lavish fabrics, his laughter echoing through the night like the tolling of a bell. The tension snapped like a taut string. "You, lowly ones, have no place here," he bellowed. His words cut deep, piercing through the resolve of the crowd, but Amir felt the surge of anger rise within him like a storm. "We are not lowly. We are the lifeblood of this city," he shouted. The crowd roared in agreement, a wave of raw emotion crashing against the shores of their oppression. But the merchant's eyes glinted with malice, a predator sizing up its prey. "You dare speak against me? I could have you executed before dawn," he sneered, and the weight of his threat hung heavy in the air, a suffocating shroud. Amina squeezed Amir's hand, grounding him with her unwavering spirit. "Fear is their weapon. We are stronger than that," she urged, her voice fierce and unwavering. She knew the risks, she had witnessed the fate of those who dared to rise against the powerful. But here, in this moment, fear became a distant echo, drowned out by the pounding of hearts united in defiance. The moment hung suspended in the air, a taut wire straining under the weight of their collective fury. I remember the sweat dripping down Amir's back, the adrenaline thrumming in his veins, the electric tension that vibrated through the crowd. They were all more than mere shadows, more than the role society had dictated. They were warriors in a battle for dignity, for recognition, for a chance at a life unshackled by the chains of social stratification. The moon bore witness, a silent observer to the birth of a storm. It felt as if time itself had warped, spiraling into the chaos of that night, hearts beating in unison. Every breath was a revolution, every whisper a promise that they would no longer remain voiceless. And yet, in the throes of this uprising against the darkness, one could not ignore the haunting reality that shadows lingered beyond their newfound strength. They were but moments away from being crushed beneath the heel of the very society they sought to dismantle. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the inevitable clash between the haves and the have-nots. As Amir and Amina stood together against the rising tide of power, they knew this was but the beginning, a flicker of hope in a world shrouded in despair. The city's heartbeat surged beneath them, a throbbing reminder of the thin line they walked between triumph and tragedy. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, the echoes of the past whispering warnings while the promise of a better tomorrow surged like a wave. And as they faced the growing storm, they understood that their fight was not just for themselves, but for every soul bound by the chains of inequality, every heart that had ever dared to dream of a life unburdened by the weight of social stratification. The clock continued its relentless march, time slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. And as the city teetered on the brink of change, the shadows lengthened, drawing closer, hungry for the stories that were yet to unfold. The air crackled with tension, a palpable electricity that hung over Cairo like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. In the middle of the city, where the scent of spices mingled with the sour tang of sweat, the Mamluks stood poised on the precipice of chaos. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, each heartbeat echoing the long-forgotten tales of blood and conquest. I remember the clamor of metal clashing against metal, the guttural cries of men in the throes of battle. I remember the flicker of torchlight casting sinister shadows on the stone walls, illuminating faces twisted in rage and fear. Among them, I saw Malik, a former slave-turned-commander, his eyes fierce and wild, like an untamed lion ready to pounce. He was a man forged in the fire of conflict, every scar on his body a testament to battles fought and lives lost. But beneath that hardened exterior, I felt the flicker of doubt, a shadow that haunted him like a ghost at midnight. "Tonight," he roared, voice booming over the din, "we reclaim our destiny." But I saw it, the hesitation in his hands, the fleeting moment when he glanced back at his comrades, their faces painted with a mixture of hope and terror. Malik was caught between valor and vulnerability, a fierce warrior crumbling under the weight of expectation. And then there was Layla, a fierce archer, her fingers dancing over the string of her bow, the wood polished to a sheen that caught the flickering flames. She was a tempest in a world of stillness, a woman whose spirit could not be contained, yet the burden of her past lay heavy on her shoulders like a shroud. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the longing to protect those she loved, to shield them from the horrors that had scarred her heart. Every shot counts, she whispered to herself, the mantra repeating in her mind, a lullaby amidst chaos. But what about the shots that missed? The lives that were lost because she hesitated? There was a darkness in her eyes, a river of doubt threatening to swallow her whole. I remember the drums, booming like a dark heart beating in the night. They called to the soldiers, resonating within their chests, igniting a fire that shot through the ranks. They poured forth into the streets, a sea of armor and flesh, a cacophony of clanking metal and fervent shouts. The Mamluks were a force to be reckoned with, but each battle tore them apart as much as it united them. Each clash of swords was not merely a fight for survival, it was a desperate grasp at identity, a struggle to redefine themselves in a world that sought to label them as mere soldiers, less than human, mere pawns on a chessboard of power. But in the shadows, the whispers of the past curled around them, a fog that could not be dismissed. They were once slaves, and memories of shackles and chains haunted their every step. The irony was sharp, like the blade of a dagger. They fought not just for glory, they fought for freedom, to cast off the very chains that bound their souls. Each swing of the sword was a cry for liberation, a primal scream echoing through the annals of history. The night grew colder, and the sky brimmed with stars, a tapestry of distant worlds that felt inconceivably far. I could feel the weight of their gaze, the silent judgment from celestial beings who had watched empires rise and fall. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the next act, waiting for the hour of reckoning. And then, there was the moment, the clash, a cacophony that shattered the night. I felt it in my bones, a shuddering moment when everything changed. Malik's sword met an enemy's shield, the sound reverberating through the air like a thunderclap. Time froze. I could see the glint of determination in Malik's eyes, but it faltered for a split second. The ghosts of his past lunged forward, whispering doubts into his ear, reminding him of every failure, every moment of weakness. Fight! Layla screamed, her voice piercing through the fog of despair, yet even her words trembled with uncertainty. She let her arrow fly, a sleek missile slicing through the air with deadly grace. I watched it soar, a promise of retribution. But the heart of battle is fickle, the arrow struck true, but not where she had aimed. A soldier fell, not the one she intended. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The aftermath seeped into the night, a thick fog of sorrow. Malik's triumphant roar faded into a choked gasp as he beheld the devastation around him. The ground was painted with the colors of loss, the echoes of laughter snuffed out in an instant. I remember the chill that settled in my chest, the visceral sensation of despair that wrapped around my heart like a vice. In that moment, the Mamluks were not just soldiers, they were broken men and women, grieving on a battlefield that had promised them honor but instead offered only blood and tears. Each face turned towards the ground, each soul burdened by the price of freedom. But in this darkness, something flickered, an ember of resolve igniting. Malik straightened up, eyes glistening with a fierce light, and Layla gritted her teeth, a sudden fire igniting within her. They stood together amidst the ruin, bound by a shared pain, transformed by loss. The Mamluks were not destined to fade into the shadows of history, they were the architects of their fate. And as the stars bore witness, they would reshape their legacy with every sword drawn, every arrow loosed. The night was far from over, the battle raged on, and with each clash, the evolution of military technology surged forward, shifted, morphed, transformed them. They were soldiers, yes, but above all, they were alive, and their fight had just begun. And somewhere, in the cosmos, the stars whispered their secrets, a promise of what was yet to come. The air is thick with the scent of sand and blood, the sun hanging low in a sky bruised with anticipation. A scream pierces the silence, resonating deep within the stone walls of Cairo, echoing like a haunting refrain. I stand at the edge of chaos, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. The city, a grand mosaic of life and death, vibrates with tension. I can feel the shadows around me shift, as if the very walls whisper secrets of a past tumultuous, drenched in betrayal and glory. I remember a time when hope flickered in the eyes of those who dared to dream beneath the Mamluk banners. I remember the weight of a halberd resting in my hands, the thrill of knowing I was a part of something monumental. But now, as the dust settles from the clash of swords, I see the faces of my comrades, each one etched with fear and resolve. They are not just soldiers, they are mothers and fathers, lovers and brothers, caught in the throes of a history that spins like a dark whirlwind. Amir, my closest friend, stands to my right, his brow slick with sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What have we done?" he murmurs, the words escaping like a prayer. I see the conflict raging within him, a tempest that mirrors the chaos outside. He was never meant to wield a sword, he was a scholar, a dreamer who found solace in books rather than battles. Yet here he is, thrust into the violent embrace of a world that feels both achingly familiar and terrifyingly foreign. "There's no going back, Amir," I reply, my voice barely a whisper, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile veil of courage that envelops us. I can't bear to look into his eyes, afraid of what I might see. Will he crumble? Will he become one of the ghosts that haunt this land, forever trapped in the echoes of our decisions? The clock ticks relentlessly in my mind, each second a reminder of the choices we made, choices that can't be taken back, choices that bind us to this bloody chapter in the Mamluk saga. "Look!" Amir exclaims suddenly, his finger pointing toward the horizon where a plume of smoke rises like a dark omen. The city we once loved, with its bustling souks and vibrant voices, now stands on the brink of ruin. Shadows of the Mamluks' triumphs loom over us, bastions of power carved from the flesh of the earth, reminders of a legacy both glorious and grotesque. What does it mean to be part of such a tale? To be a player on this stage where the stakes are nothing short of life or death. Then there's Layla, a fierce rebel spirit with fire in her veins, her laughter echoing like music even amidst despair. She dances through the fray with a blade in hand, each swing a testament to her indomitable will. She smiles, her teeth gleaming like a beacon of defiance, a stark contrast to the blood-stained sand beneath our feet. "The Sultanate will tremble," she cries, her voice ringing with the fervor of 1,000 warriors, yet I sense a tremor beneath her bravado. She carries the weight of her own expectations, her past entwined with the very essence of the city. I worry for her heart, will it be shattered amidst the wreckage of dreams? "Layla!" I shout, fear gripping my throat as she charges forward, a comet against the dull backdrop of fear. "What if you live or die, will be remembered," she yells back, a fierce joy in her eyes that sends chills racing down my spine. In that instant, I want to believe her. I want to cling to the notion that our lives, our struggles, will echo through the ages like the Mamluk conquests, bold, vibrant, indefatigable. But the truth claws at me, history is not a fairy tale, and the dust settles on the bones of the forgotten. The air is electric, crackling with the resonance of battle. I can almost taste the adrenaline, the sharpness of steel. The sun dips lower, bleeding into the horizon, and in that fleeting moment, I am reminded of the fragility of our existence. The clock ticks on, each second a reminder of our humanity. The Mamluks once stood tall, their influence casting shadows far beyond the desert, yet here we are, mere players in a tragic play. I remember the legends we whispered in the quiet corners of our youth. I remember the golden age we were told would last forever. But here we are, the echoes of past glory haunting us like ghosts, shadows of our ancestors watching, judging our every move. We are caught in a cycle, a relentless loop of history repeating itself. What do the Mamluks mean for us now? Are we merely their descendants, or are we doomed to repeat their mistakes? The clash of swords returns, a brutal symphony that draws me back from my reverie. The battle swirls around us, chaos unfurling like a dark petal. I see Amir falter, doubt creeping into his resolve, while Layla fights with a reckless abandon that makes my heart race. I want to shout, to pull them back from the edge, but the world spins faster, dragging us along into its dark embrace. In this moment, I understand the weight of history, the power to shape lives, to forge identities. The Mamluk Sultanate was not just a footnote in the annals of time, it was a tempest, a force that molded the very essence of a civilization. Yet it also carried the scars of its own making, blooded and bruised. I feel the pulse of time all around us, a heart that beats with the collective memory of conquest, loss, and survival. There is no clear path, no definitive ending. Only the relentless march of time, the chaos of the present colliding with the echoes of the past. The battle rages on, and I grasp for the strands of destiny, knowing that each choice we make weaves another layer into the tapestry. The Mamluks live on, not just in the tales of triumph, but in the hearts of those who dare to tread this path, to wrestle with the ghosts of their legacy. So I fight, not just for survival, but for the voices that whisper through the sands. I fight for Amir's lost dreams and Layla's fiery spirit. I fight for the Mamluks, their history bleeding into our veins, reminding us that we are all a part of this vast, unending narrative. And as the sun sinks further, I know that somewhere in this darkness, we may yet find our own light, a flicker of hope amid the shadows. The battle is not over, and neither are we.